Mic check, mic check.
Welcome to the IDFC Capacity Initiative for Tracking Green Finance. Over this series of 9 e-learning videos, you'll get a comprehensive overview of the methodologies and tools IDFC members can use to enhance their green finance tracking efforts. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, IDFC members have been leaders in global climate finance, contributing more than $1.7 trillion to green projects since 2015. In 2023 alone, members reported $199 billion in green finance commitments. Improvements in tracking are important for scaling IDFC climate finance even further. Clear, transparent, and accountable reporting guarantees that green finance is properly channeled towards climate mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity efforts, driving meaningful results. Finance is key to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. It can unlock low-emission, climate-resilient development and put the world on track to meet globally agreed mitigation and adaptation goals. The IDFC has a big role to play in aligning development finance with our climate targets. IDFC members can contribute to this alignment by both growing their green financing and improving tracking and reporting to ensure that IDFC demonstrates best practice on transparency. There are a number of tools and frameworks available to help IDFC members improve their tracking. The common principles provide detailed frameworks for robust tracking of mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity finance. Multilateral development banks and IDFC have worked together to produce these guiding documents with the aim of making green finance tracking more consistent and to improve the methodologies and tools. The common principles have evolved over the last 10 years to ensure that methodologies are up to date and reflect best practice for development finance institutions. Your contributions to green finance tracking and reporting are instrumental in developing pivotal global reports, including the UNFCCC's biennial assessment and the CPI's global landscape of climate finance. By refining and standardizing our tracking methodologies, we are not only advancing IDFC's mission, but also acting as global leaders in the green transition and driving a global push for greater transparency and accountability in climate finance. In this series of 9 e-learning videos, you will gain insight into the various methodologies employed for
Hello, good morning. Can you guys hear me? Thank you. Did you have your coffee already? Sorry, and can you see us? Can you see the room?
Hola, ¿me escuchas?
guys can, the volume is somewhere here. You know, no? Like the little, the little wheel.
Uh, Perfect. So, welcome everyone to this event, the first event actually in the IDFC Pavilion. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you so much to our audience and the people that are online. Today we're going to discuss about how we can align, how can we align with the Paris Agreement and how that can help national transition planning, and what is the role that PDBs have to do in that process. My name is Laura Sabogal. I am a senior policy advisor in the Public Banks and Development Finance team at A3G, an independent climate change think tank. And with that, I would give the floor to Nicola Picotino, Secretary General of IDFC. Nicola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to kick off the activities of the IDFC Pavilion at COP29 and to open this side event where we will discuss one of the most urgent and transformative issues in the fight against climate change, of how we can better mobilize and channel international finance to support low emission, climate resilient development at the national level. It is clear that the path to achieving our collective climate goals is one that demands substantial financial mobilization. At the same time, we know that effective climate action is not a one-size-fits-all endeavor. It is intrinsically tied to the unique priorities, challenges, and opportunities to each country faces. This is where public development banks and the emerging role of country platforms can play a pivotal role. To begin with the role of public development banks in climate finance mobilization, it is well known that the PDBs provide critical financing for projects that might otherwise be too risky or too expensive for private investors, especially in emerging countries and developing countries. Through concessional financing, blended finance models, and risk mitigation instruments, PDBs have the ability to catalyze investments that drive transformational change in sectors like renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, climate adaptation, and infrastructure. The public development banks not only provide the financial resources needed to scale climate action, but we also have the capacity to ensure that finance is aligned with national development priorities and needs. This brings us to an essential point. For climate finance to be effective, it must be context-driven, not just a set of numbers and investment flows, but a means to catalyze real, lasting change at the ground level. Now turning to the national level, the concept of country platforms have emerged as a critical mechanism for bridging the gap between international finance and national climate goals. Country platforms are innovative, country-owned frameworks that align climate finance with national development plans, ensuring that investments are targeted at the most urgent and impactful needs. These platforms serve as coordination hubs, bringing together governments, development partners, private investors, and financial institutions to streamline the mobilization of international finance. Through these platforms, countries can prioritize their climate and development goals, identify key investment opportunities, and create the enabling environments needed to attract both public and private capital. I would also underline that country platforms are not just about mobilizing finance. They are about ensuring that the finance is mobilized in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, and aligned with the country's long-term development pathway. At COP29, we are witnessing growing momentum for country platforms, with many countries already laying the groundwork to establish this critical framework. But we know that this momentum must translate into concrete action. It is essential that international financial institutions, governments, and development partners work hand in hand with national stakeholders to ensure that these platforms are designed in a way that reflects local priorities and maximizes the impact of every euro or dollar spent. I would like also to emphasize, of course, the country platforms launched by Brazil some weeks ago, but also the one being prepared by Colombia. Those two examples are particularly important because they rely on the national development banks as originators of projects, but also as recipients of the financial investments. Thinking of the path forward, the success of PDBs and country platforms is on collaboration at both national and international level. As we look ahead to the next phase of the climate agenda, collaboration at the national level will be critical to ensuring that all stakeholders are aligned around shared priorities. This includes engaging governments, local communities, the private sector, and civil society in designing and implementing climate projects. On the international stage, alignments between finance providers and recipient countries is equally crucial. We must ensure that the conditions for success are in place, that financing flows are predictable, flexible, and well coordinated, that technical assistance and capacity buildings are available to help countries navigate the complexities of climate finance, and that the principles of fairness, equity, and inclusivity guide every step of the process. We also need to recognize that international finance on its own. Climate finance implemented by strong governance, effective policy framework, and the buildings of institutional capacities at the national level. Without this, even the best designed financing mechanism will fall short. In closing, I want to emphasize that the work we are doing today, each bank individually and IDFC as a club, is about addressing climate change and building a better future for all. A future where countries are equipped with the resources, the knowledge, and the partnerships they need to embark on ambitious climate action and development agendas. A future where public development banks, in collaboration with governments, international institutions, and the private sector, play a central role in ensuring that climate finance reaches the right places at the right time in the right way. As we move forward, let us continue to focus on the synergies that can be unlocked when countries, financial institutions, and development partners work together. Let us use this platform to share lessons, identify opportunities for collaboration, and build the framework that will ensure the success of low emission and climate resilient development for years to come. Thank you once again for your participation, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much, Nicolas, for those framing remarks. I'm just trying to change to the right slide. And it's actually great that you mentioned some of the country platforms that are already underway, because I see here that we have Amy, who will share a little bit more about the work that the IDB is doing, and also some people in the audience that have also been collaborating very closely with Brazil, looking at you, Asger. So with that, whilst I figure out the slides, I want to give a welcome to Sebastian Postic from I4CE, who is actually representing the main organization, who is leading this event, but they cannot be here with us in person. Sebastian is a project manager at I4CE, where he focuses on taxation and public spending, both in terms of climate efficiency and fighting poverty. I will be passing the slide for Sebastian. I think Sebastian is online, so I think we can kick it off now with him. So over to you, Sebastian.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Laura. Thanks for the slides. So indeed, I'm representing I4C here. I'm not the team that usually works the most with IDFC, because we used to work a lot more at country level than with development banks. But I'm happy to provide a glance on the research we're conducting right now at country level on how finance plans for the transition are going. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's mostly I4C. So we're a Paris-based think tank with economic expertise in public policies related to climate change. Maybe moving on from this one onto the framework we're working with. Next, please. Yes. So, and if you can click, I didn't remember there was animations on this slide, so if you can display it all. Okay, perfect. So basically, that's the framework we start with. We are trying to bridge a gap between long-term strategies for decarbonization and the actual low-carbon and resilient economy, which goes through investments in the real economy that need public actions, incentives, public finance, finding the right revenue, and has consequences. That's a very simple framework, but then it leads to, next slide, the major block of investment. I don't know if you could move on to the next slide. Yeah, thanks. So that's an example of why it's complex to organize investment. That's one of the work we have in France on climate-related investment in the whole economy. On the right, you have all the sectors where related to climate action where investments are taking place. Then in the middle of the column is the project developers that actually invest. And the left-hand column is how they fund their investment, who is actually providing the money for project holders to invest. So that's what countries are actually, I mean, the scheme will be different in every country, but that's what countries are actually trying to shift and expand to cover the needs of their long-term strategy. And this is a hard task to be able to plan for a shift in this whole matrix of investment and finance, climate finance. Next slide, please. We believe this shifting this whole picture goes through 4 questions. The first one is how much does a country need to invest, but not only how much, where and when. The where is important because we won't be able, obviously, to make all the investment needed for net zero economy by tomorrow. So it leads to the concept of an investment roadmap and being able to draw the current investment landscape and the investment gap. The second question is who will invest and who will finance. So that's a public decision to organize the effort and being able to share, like, for example, organize the effort between the public and the private sector, who will gonna take what share of the burden, who between the companies and the households, who between the taxpayers and the consumers, and will the action be centralized or decentralized, which share will go to which. So that's the second set of questions to be answered in building a financing plan. The third one, according to us, is how to unlock these payments. I mean, that's not sufficient to say, okay, the private sector should take this share of the burden. The state will need still to incentivize the payments through either public spending, grants, subsidies, loans, and so on, or regulations, taxation, structural policies overall. And in the case of the state, the question is more, if I have to invest and spend, where do I get the money? Do I get it from domestic sources? Do I get it from external sources? And then the fourth question would be, what would be the macroeconomic consequences, both of action and of inaction? So that would give like the overview that would help build the country platforms Nicolas was talking about. I mean, it's important to get a general for a country, getting the general view of where everyone puts his effort and where how the burden is shared is the first step towards actually sharing it and incentivizing and discussing who should take what. And next slide, please. So we believe these are important. This is an important part of the effort because it first establishes a country-driven consensus. It helps onboarding ministries of finance and planning in processes that usually mostly belong to ministries of environment at the stage of developing the LTS. So that's something we are trying to push forward. It's also a way to translate very long-term climate goals into short and medium-term public spending needs, which is badly needed, and we will see that a bit later in the presentation. And it's also bridging the gap between top-down planning at ministry level and bottom-up pipeline development, which is really like detailed and sectoral, and being able to bridge those two is something really important. It also obviously reconciles climate and development goals in a more whole of economy approach and limits the risk of like disorderly transition by going to low-hanging fruits that would prove like dead ends in the end. And yeah, and I talked about the later, like including short and medium-term spending needs within a more systemic view. Next slide, please. So on these financing plans, we've tried to, okay, next slide. That's only reviewing similar approaches, but I guess we are running already late, so I'm moving to the next slide. So we've been trying to track what exists in terms of these financing plans. So this is insights from a work which is actually ongoing, where we've reviewed 10 countries, 5 from the G20 in yellow and 5 not in green, for what they have as building blocks of financing plans so far. On the right, you've got the list of documents, public documents we've been through, and on the left is more like details for the countries. We've taken countries that all have published an NDC. Most of them have already updated them. Most have an LTS, and all have a national adaptation plan. Next slide, please. So we've been, okay, that's a bit too much. We're on slide 10. That wouldn't be slide 10. Showed briefly, and it went again. Now it's a slide that says 45 indicators to categorizations. Next one. Now you're going a bit backwards. Okay, this one. So we have been going through the documents of these countries, trying to see if 45 indicators were filled concerning the designing and updating of climate strategies, how they assessed climate investment needs, how they were putting in place implementing policies and public and private spending, subsidies, fiscal tools, regulations, public reforms, and so on. How far they went in identifying and balancing funding options. So in terms of public, domestic resources, debt mechanisms, international climate finance, and also trying to redirect expenditure and so on. And ultimately, how far they went also in understanding the macroeconomics of the transition. And then we also tried to split these indicators, and you'll see later, in 2 categories. One more related to how they design plans and strategies and how they implemented them. Next slide, please. So the first insight is that the progress is so far encouraging. Sorry, just trying to. Okay. The progress is so far encouraging, but serious gaps remain. So the overall achievement on our indicators is around 60%, which is already a good thing. It shows that many building blocks are in place. We're showing most progress with the climate strategy. Almost all countries have, I say, the long-term climate strategies. All LTS reviewed include carbon neutrality targets by 2050. And all countries have national adaptation plans with sectoral details. One miss could be that few NDCs so far cover adaptation, so that's something that is still missing, a blind spot for country planning. Policies and spending are quite developed also, so fiscal policies are extensively mentioned and implemented. And some tracking tools for public spending, like climate budgeting, are still incompletely developed in the sense that it exists in many countries, but it's often in the form of very simple tools that would need to be developed a bit more to handle actual usable results for planning public spending and public investment. And other fields like investment needs and funding options are still lagging behind, like detailed assessments of who is investing in the country, like the one I showed at the beginning, are missing from almost all countries. There's no either like serious assessment of the funding options. Usually there will be like 1 or 2 or 3 main funding options mentioned in the strategy, but without any volume or expected volume of how these actors are expected in the end to contribute to the transition, and comparing this volume to the investment gap is usually missing. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's a heads up from all we've seen here. You've got some planning documents, so LTS and DC speak for themselves. The MTFF is the medium-term financing frameworks in the country, and we see that here any kind of finance consideration, whether in the form of what is needed, who should pay, what are the policies, is mostly missing. So we face an issue where the long term is quite well detailed, but in the short term and for the transition period, we don't have any information on how the state will spend the money. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll skip this one in the interest of time. Next, please. And so in terms of diving a bit deeper in needs assessment, so we've tried to organize the countries here. What we're seeing is that while exhaustive and granular costing is necessary, as I already mentioned, we see that national needs assessments are still quite insufficient. Half of the countries, or close to half of the countries we've reviewed, are ranked as low, both in terms of the time horizon detail they provide on what is needed as investments and climate finance in their country, and the project level detail. So usually it's more like top-down estimations than bottom-up aggregates and assessments of the needs of climate finance. It does show, and it will show, and it's already showing in the discussions we are having now in the needs for international finance, since the international investment needs assessment we have today are relying on a lot of assumptions due to a lack of country-based data. And the most discussed USD 2.4 trillion figure provided by the IHLEG is actually plagued with a lot of data gaps that they tried to, they did a good job to bridge, but so far it's still basically only top-down, mostly top-down estimations. Next slide, please. This is actually needed and where, and here who will pay and how to organize the discussion around providing this finance. Next slide, please. What we also see is that based on our indicators, there is very, very low detail in the public documents we reviewed on decentralized action. On all the indicators we found to have a territorial declination in the sense that they would mention that this action will be overtaken at the central level, or this action will be overtaken at the subnational level. We found only 12 indicators out of our 45 indicators total mentioning any kind of decentralized decision at least once. And actually for 10 of them, it was a single mention for 10 countries. So basically nobody talks about decentralization and the role of subnational governments, which is an issue I've put here on the slide, the OECD report on who is actually investing in climate-related infrastructure, and subnational governments, at least in the OECD, account for around 70% of climate-related infrastructure investments. So that's a huge gap in country finance plans so far. Next slide, please. That's the near to last one. Domestic sources are also under discussed. This might be, and we're investigating that. Sorry, this might be linked to the fact that the documents reviewed are especially geared towards international reporting commitments and negotiation, and that emerging countries tend to rely more on external financing sources and at least detail more their external financing needs. But still, domestic sources are expected to are already representing more than 80% of all transition resources. So that's again a huge blind spot in planning for the transition, and it's very hard to see where external resources would fit in if there's no serious accounting for internal resources. Also, we found that we only investigated national development banks and found that for these banks, the detail on their climate-related investments and/or climate-related goals in their strategies are usually missing. So, since these banks are, I mean, I guess the discussion will happen afterward, after my presentation on this. But that's seems to us a very important missing point also from these financing plans. Okay, I'm seeing the time, so I'll stop here. Conclusion on this first work on how countries plan their transition. So this is work in progress, both for us to understand what's happening and for the countries to build those plans. We find that many building blocks are already in place, but still investment needs and funding options remain so far a critical stumbling block in building serious and lasting investment plans that would allow actors to discuss their involvement in fulfilling those plans. And the lack of information is especially critical on the short term first, local governments and domestic resources. With that, I hope I set the ground for further discussions, and thank you very much.
Much, Sebastian. And I think for those viewers that are maybe just joining online, just to recap, we are now discussing the options for aligning international financial flows with climate objectives and country priorities. Sebastian gave a very good presentation about the upstream process of national transition planning and all that entails, the role of interministerial coordination, the lack of data, and then downstream from that, we have the country platforms that Nicola was mentioning. Later on, we're going to have Amy from IDB sharing what all of this translates in actual real life world examples. And we're also going to discuss a topic that Sebastian just raised shortly on the role of national development banks with our last panelist, as well as with another panelist from a PDB, namely the Turkish National Bank. So with that, I will change hats very briefly, and I'm going to now speak to some research that E3G has also been conducting, namely on country platforms, so downstream from the process that Sebastian was just mentioning, and sharing some insights from the work that we have been doing both at the conceptual level, but also supporting some countries in the development of their country platform. So I think this is not really new, but I think the context that was already partially laid out by Sebastian, it's a very special year, 2024 and 2025. We have the upcoming round of NDCs in February 2025, namely the third one, and we have heard Simon Steele calling for these NDCs to be investment plans. We also have had great leadership from the Brazilian G20 presidency. A lot of work has gone into that agenda, namely the interface between national transition planning and country platforms. Brazil, as Nicola was just mentioning, a couple of weeks ago also formally launched its country platform, which has 3 axes, namely on energy, industry, and nature-based solutions. We're also seeing other first-mover countries from this next generation of country platforms, such as Colombia, which is collaborating with the IDB in the development of both its transition plan, but downstream from that, also its energy country platform. There's also, of course, the Finance in Common movement that is supporting this process, and of course, IDFC, namely helping coordinate the different banks that will be required in order for countries to be able to drive through and to materialize their ambition. So with all of this, I think the moment is ripe for action. Now it's a matter of seeing how we can actually make this happen. And of course, all of this is happening in the context of the discussions around the reform of international financial architecture, which has been going on for a couple of years. So I think, as I was mentioning just this second, the opportunity space is ripe. I think it's super important to note, and I'm channeling here a lot of people in this discussion, such as, for example, Josué Tanaka, who would say this is not a new push. Juan Pablo Bonilla from the IDB always keeps saying, we've been here before, we have the CIFs, we have the JETPs, we have country packages. However, country platforms, although they're not a new proposal, they're really having a resurgence in the discussion, namely because of all of the benefits that both Nicola and Sebastian already mentioned. If done well, and if countries remain in the driving seat and the different, let's say, partners, both MDVs, the broader PDV ecosystem, the UN and other donors support them, then they can help materialize that vision. So it's a matter of how we can reach that scale and pace so that we can catalyze the resources needed to materialize a sustainable development pathway that is climate resilience. So the next generation of country platforms have the potential to address multiple of the issues simultaneously, and I want to highlight two, namely directly connecting this country-led vision to the full stack of capital and technical support, which will not only depend on the public arm, but also the private sector, and how we can also create the conditions for the private sector to come in. And we're going to hear a little bit more from Amy on that front. And then also how we can weave together the parallel threads of the global financial architecture reform discussions. Because when I was setting the scene, I was sharing that this is a discussion happening in the UNFCCC, also happening in the G20, also happening in the PDV broader ecosystem. So it seems like we're talking about the same in different fora, so how we can bring all of that together. So I think the question is why country platforms? Of course, country platforms are not a one-size-fits-all solution. Sebastian was explaining to us how different countries have different available data, they have different policy frameworks, they have different economic profiles, and very importantly, they also have different social needs, and in order for the transition to be successful, it will need to be just. So there is a big question about how we can make sure that these country platforms are flexible enough, that they're country-led, whilst at the same time anchoring certain principles. And some of that work has been happening under the G20. Here is one of the co-authors of the paper that explored that question. So what are those principles? But I think in terms of what is the value of country platforms and why are we discussing them again, although they're not new, I think also because they can help align the international climate and development support for the SDGs and the PDVs and the Paris Agreement, with national priorities. So there's a question about how do we connect this supranational framework that the countries have with the UNFCCC, the CBD, we were just in Cali a couple of weeks ago, and then translate that into national development plans, national economic plans, and then maybe take that all the way to the subnational level. So how do we do that? And how country platforms can help create a programmatic vision instead of a project by project one to be more efficient. Then also how country platforms can help collaborative, risk-informed, and adaptive coordination between government and international partners at the country level to improve planning and responsiveness. So namely, how can we leverage each stakeholder to do the best that they can do based on their toolkit, based on their, let's say, ability. So how can we make sure that NDVs can, help with their strengths? How can the MDVs do the same? And then we can maximize efficiency. And finally, country platforms also, if done well, they have the ability or they have the potential to help and enhance private sector engagement. So how can we make sure that the private sector can play the full role that it's being called to play? So I want to show you this little figure that I did with my co-author, Victor Algren. Essentially, what we try to do here, and of course not claiming that this is the way that it is, but essentially looking at some of the examples of these next generation country platforms, we see here at the very top that there is the national transition planning process, and this is, as you see, a horizontal effort that includes interministerial coordination. All of this is, of course, will depend on the context, but what we're seeing based on the research that we've done is that mostly it involves the coordination between the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Planning, sometimes the Presidential Office, and then the Ministry of Environment. And then you have sectoral ministries that contribute to this effort. This is an intergovernmental process, and it's anchored in most cases in the country's NDCs, the long-term strategy, the NAPs, the national adaptation plans, also in the INNF in the context of the UN, and many other different policies. Downstream from that, you have the multi-sectoral planning process, namely the sectoral transition pathway that will depend on the economic profile of the country and will be prioritized in that order. This, of course, needs to be anchored in regional pathways. We definitely have an issue with the data that's available, so there's a question, how do we reach that? In some cases, this is being anchored in the case of energy, in the pathways or scenarios that have been made by the International Energy Agency. We also have the MDVs that do regional efforts. The IDB has been leading the charge in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean. There's also the LTS program that is now hosted under the World Bank, but has the collaboration of all of the MDVs. And of course, there's the NDCP and many other, let's say, stakeholders doing these mappings. And this, of course, again, although it's downstream from this national, let's say, broader vision setting, this will involve interministerial coordination, but also including, ideally, the private sector and national public institutions. The private sector to signal to the government what is it that they need in terms of the enabling environment, and the government also signaling what are the requirements for the different players to take part in this equation. And lastly, but not least, civil society. And we've seen that this has been very important in the context of current JETP. So how can we make sure that the transition is just? And downstream from that, we have then a consideration of cross-cutting economy-wide issues that will, of course, depend on the context, but again, highlighting the just transition element. Gender, for example, is also a sub-element within that. Downstream from that, then finally we get to the topic that we're discussing in this specific presentation, which is the country platforms. The country platforms then would be a vertical effort. So namely, once this whole vision has been established, we will ideally get to a granularity level of projects that the government, through the interministerial coordination process that has established, can then, let's say, socialize with the private sector, with like donors and so on. So all of these players can coalesce and help the materialization of this vision. And this will, of course, depend on the different sectors that are relevant. In the case of Brazil, as I was mentioning, we have nature and industry and energy. In the case of Colombia, Colombia starting with energy. There's also one on nature, and there's many more that have been fleshed out from that national transition planning process. And this platform level is really about like the interface to catalyze finance, but not only finance, and I think this is really important. Also, it's about technical support, and it's also about the policy reforms that will enable the transition, right? Because if the country is prioritizing electric vehicles and they don't have the infrastructure, then this will not work. So what are the policy frameworks that will need to be revised? So I think in terms of the next generation country platforms, based on the great work that has been happening across the board, the great work that Asker and his co-authors, including Josué Tanaka, have been making, we at E3G, and based on the work that E3G has been doing in terms of developing, thinking around green banks, greening existing banks, and national, let's say, finance strategies, we have come up with some principles for success at the political level. So very briefly on that. We've all heard this needs to be country-led, country-owned. I think there's a very important question that shouldn't be underestimated. What does it mean to be country-owned, country-led? Does it mean that it's owned by the Ministry of Environment, Finance, Presidency? I think this will be a case-by-case, let's say, decision made by the country, but it's important that there's the highest political buy-in, and that this, of course, transcends current administrations. Long-term transitions will require that we stop thinking only in short-term settings. Then this, of course, will depend on the robust and sustainable political settlement around these priorities. There also needs to be a clear vision for how to actively integrate the just component in the transition. And again, this will be context dependent. And there needs to be high-level, long-term political commitment, not only from the host country, but also from their partners, right? From the MDBs, the PDBs, and the bilateral donors. And it needs to be consistent with this time frame of the transition. In terms of the principles for success at the operational level, it will be necessary to actively match the demand side of a specific country priorities with the supply side of international support available. So we need to be a little bit more efficient in doing that. It will also need to involve the full financing ecosystem, including collaboration amongst PDBs as well as private financiers. I think here it's what you were discussing, Nicola, the role of national development banks and how we can bring them along in this equation. There will also need to be a building collaboration with both the domestic and international private sector in order to tackle and first identify barriers to investment, but also tackle them. So what are those conditions from the enabling environment? There needs to be also a comprehensive framework for monitoring and evaluation, because that will require iterations, and it's important to be able to be flexible and course correct. There needs to be transparency and quality and consistency of information about projects within and in between platforms to create not only synergies at the national level, but maybe at the regional level, without compromising the national ownership. So here, to finalize, I want to highlight the role of the key players. So namely, of course, in the case of the national governments need and national development banks can play a leading role in both upstream and downstream structuring to ensure national ownership, as that's their mandate, as well as to guarantee there's policy coherence, serving as a connection between the country and the broader PDB ecosystem. This is, of course, a very simplified, let's say, version of what national development banks can do, because they can also help with project origination. They're also very close with the local, let's say, private sector and so on. And then in the case of MDBs and bilateral development banks, they can, of course, support the country climate ambition through the provision of financial resources, technical assistance, and policy advice, and, of course, bring the broad and vast knowledge that they have from other experiences that they have been collecting. So in terms of, this is where we're at now. Where next? As we were mentioning, and I want to reiterate, the macro level political momentum is all there. We have now a very positive result under TF Clima. Brazil is walking the talk. Colombia, a country outside of the G20, is doing the same. The development finance ecosystem is also moving in that direction. We're going to have next year financing common and the sidelines of the South African G20 presidency. The South African government, of course, has been leading the charge with the JETP, and it's integrating that thinking into its upcoming agenda. And then we are entering 2025, which will be a pivotal year. We have financing for development, which will be a critical moment to the stock take, with 5 of 15 years remaining to deliver on the 2030 SDGs. So where are we and what have we achieved? Again, we have the 2025 NDC update moment happening in February, and this will be crucial in order to preserve 1.5 within its reach. And then lastly, of course, the South African G20 presidency taking the baton from Brazil. So I think, channeling my inner Josue Tanaka, the moment is ready, and we should just take advantage of it. So with that, I will move now to Amy, because we've been talking about all of this very high-level conceptual, let's say, think tank thinking, but now it's a very different, let's say, equation for the banks themselves. So Amy is a senior operations specialist in the climate change division of the IDB. So Amy, over to you.
All right, so good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to be part of this timely and interesting discussion. I'm going to echo Laura here a little bit and start by saying that I think we can agree that the idea of country ownership being central to development isn't a new concept. But we still feel that it's really important, particularly in the climate space. And we're seeing this In the climate space, particularly because we increasingly understand how climate change is so integrated and intertwined with development priorities. These aren't sort of parallel tracks, they're actually one and the same. If we're able to reach our decarbonization goals and achieve climate resilience, then we're also meeting our development objectives. And so with that, we see the need for integrated approaches, and this comes back to the idea of countries being at the center. And that's really why at the IDB, in our just recently approved institutional strategy, we've placed addressing climate change as a new core objective of the institution. And that's alongside reducing poverty and inequality and fostering sustainable growth. So this is a big shift for us at the IDB, putting climate as so central. So Latin America and the Caribbean has several countries already very interested in country platforms and country packages. This is an interest that really builds on their existing commitments to decarbonization and building climate resilience. And the interesting thing here is it's really with the backing and the strong interest coming from Ministry of Finance. And the reason the motivation is starting to look at things like their future competitive advantages in the marketplace, and also dealing with the consequences of disasters, so that, every time a hurricane strikes, they've got to rebuild. And so we're seeing an interest coming from the financial angle is what's, I think, new this time around, maybe. On the opportunity side, we see the region as really well positioned in the role for the global technological revolution. We also see on the risk side, the region is experiencing a 6-fold increase in heat waves, storms, floods, droughts since the 1970s. So we're continuing to see the need for this. So the driving forces really, therefore, are about transformations for jobs, for the economic growth, and ensuring the effective management of risks, both on the transition side and the physical. Country platforms really must build from country commitments to action. This is what really allows us to create the connections among the critical actors and bring the financing, most importantly, to move forward with the policy reforms and investments. So really, we see this as a key opportunity to engage this diverse set of actors needed to achieve the level of financing that we need to achieve our climate goals. So many countries in the region have already developed or are developing the base for country platforms. Our main example includes Chile, which has a well-developed long-term strategy, climate legislation, and associated investments in renewables. We also have Brazil with its new ecological transformation plan and the advanced renewable energy plan over the last few years. Colombia has an investment portfolio for delivering its NDC. Barbados has a roof-to-reef plan supported by innovative debt, using nature and climate investment swaps, and a new green bank. But what's key here, and what I think cross-cuts these examples, is that countries are driving these initiatives. They're both long-term and transversal, again, echoing a bit of what Laura was saying, across government, and they've got the leadership coming from the top. So heads of government, finance ministries, coming from the very most senior levels. And several initiatives are already identifying policy reforms, investment actions, and urgent regulatory reforms. And from the MDB side then, there are already some nascent mechanisms to coordinate financial actors in this space, and particularly around these plans. So the MDBs and the vertical climate funds offer technical assistance for the secretariats of these plans. MDBs are already supporting countries, of course, with the analytical work to describe potential regulatory and investment actions. For example, the country climate and development reports of the World Bank Group are starting to pull all of these things together. We also need to build coordination mechanisms, though, to convene and connect all the actors, including the national development banks. I think that's maybe a piece that's missing in some of what we're doing now. So in parallel, MDBs are increasingly asked to work as a coordinated system. And their country-led platforms can really support, I think, this shift from we have occasional joint financing of projects among MDBs, but really we want to see a shift toward a more systematic MDB coordination and collaboration, and I think that this can support that. Beyond that collaboration, as banks, of course, we provide financing, but we also do a lot of technical assistance. And the technical assistance we see as particularly crucial here because it's addressing the institutional capacity constraints. It's supporting the analysis and the modeling that can underlie these long-term strategies and planning to make sure that the planning, the policy, and the regulatory changes are all coming together and to achieve these plans. And our research actually shows that a lot of climate action will be funded by redirecting the daily spending of households, businesses, and governments, and therefore making sure that that environment is right is critical. So in that regard, since 2021, the IDB has provided climate policy assistance to 21 of our borrowing member countries, 14 of them for long-term strategies and NDCs. And then in 2023, IDB and IDB Invest delivered $100 million in climate-related technical assistance. And of course, as banks, a lot of what we do is actually lending, and so over $7 billion in climate investments in 2023. Capacity building, I think, is a crucial space here also to fill the gaps in project preparation and to form the base to enable these direct and indirect investments in the private sector, for example. And in our case, we've done a lot of technical assistance for thematic bond issuance, which is also, of course, a means to bring in resources for this. IDB is working closely with Brazil, that's come up already, particularly on Eco-Invest, which looks to reduce capital costs for climate investments by hedging currency risks. And similarly, on the bonds, we've issued or done support initiatives in Chile and Uruguay to help them to issue these thematic and sustainability-linked bonds. So from a regional perspective, there's substantial national interest already driving for transforming economies. But as I said at the beginning, this is about transforming them, preparing them to take advantage of the competitiveness in the future, to be positioned to be a leader in this space. And so we've also seen interest in Brazil and Barbados and Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. I don't know the story behind all of these, but this is what the team tells me, of course, to move toward these more systematic approaches in transformation. So with that, I'll keep my remarks quite short, actually, but I do want to welcome everyone to a session in the MDB Pavilion on Wednesday evening, and that's where we're going to have a soft launch for our Development in Americas flagship on climate change, and that includes an analysis of how the region is moving in this direction. And there's also an event that the MDBs will host jointly talking about how our collective action for these platforms is coming up. And that's on, I think, Thursday, just after lunch in the MDB Pavilion. So thanks again for your time and the invitation.
Thank you so much, Amy, also for sharing the broad amount of countries that are in the region already seeking your advice. And I am very close to the Colombian example, and I can tell you that the IDB has been an incredible partner to Colombia and continues to be. So with that, now we're going to go one layer deeper. We're going to discuss about the role, precisely what you were emphasizing, on collaboration, specifically on MDB and NDB. So how does that actually work? And for that, I want to introduce to Neil Chin. Neil is an analyst at CPI based in San Francisco. Neil does a lot of research trying to figure out what are those innovative financial mechanisms that will enable precisely what you were discussing, not only climate, but sustainable development more wholly. And Neil has been a great partner also to us, also looking at precisely at this piece of research that we did last year. So Neil, with that, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, excited to be presenting on behalf of Climate Policy Initiative today. Just a quick introduction, just in case anyone is not familiar with us. CPI is an analysis and advisory organization with deep expertise in finance and policy. Our mission is to support governments, businesses, and financial institutions in driving economic growth while addressing climate change. And so my presentation today is really going to be focused on cooperation between multilateral development banks and national development banks. Somewhat continuing on a topic that Amy just raised as an emerging collaboration space relevant to country platforms. And as Laura mentioned, so the content today is a bit of a synthesis of recent research and advisory projects done by CPI, which includes a couple of reports on MDB, NDB cooperation, one done with E3G, and then also just a bit from another report that we worked on with I4CE, focusing on kind of Paris alignment efforts amongst public development banks more broadly. But yeah, just kind of stepping back briefly to more of a bird's eye view. So I think, MDB, NDB cooperation should really be analyzed within the broader context of public development banks' role in supporting global transition, as well as their relationship to other public and private institutions that they commonly engage with. So kind of in kind of the broadest sense, the objective of public development banks vis-a-vis climate finance is really to facilitate transition to low emissions climate resilient development pathways. So that's really that kind of holistic sustainable development process that frames all of kind of the climate finance efforts that PDBs feed into. And so at the national level, I think this can really be understood in more practical terms as support for mobilizing finance towards country climate platforms as they emerge. And so, PDBs, I think kind of thinking about what their number of distinct capabilities that PDBs have, they have a few capabilities that really make them fit for purpose vehicles to carry out this role. So some of kind of just the broad capacities that we've identified are that, PDBs, because of their development focused mandates and ability to link diverse public and private actors, they're really well equipped to carry out kind of this initiative, which includes kind of building vehicles for climate finance across broad coalitions of different institutions, especially in emerging markets and developing economies. And so, kind of the practical exercise that happens here is PDBs really, leverage their knowledge of local contexts of economic development, climate risks, opportunities to facilitate access to finance for projects that either mitigate greenhouse gas emissions or enhance adaptation and resilience capacity through activities such as delivering local currency finance, acting as financial intermediaries, or providing technical assistance, as was previously mentioned. And so really, I think, given that MDBs and NDBs are very commonly interacting across different PDB fora, also through bilateral engagements, there's really a wide scope for these two groups of institutions to work together to maximize their contributions towards sustainable development. So kind of what is analyzed in the next few slides is what does cooperation between MDBs and NDBs look like within this specific context? How can it be enhanced? And what are some kind of emerging challenges that need to be overcome in order to basically accelerate the rate of cooperation and mobilize greater amounts of climate finance? Moving on to the next slide. Yeah, perfect. Oh, sorry, go back one slide. Great. Yeah, so recent CPI research in partnership with E3G has examined some of the various ways in which MDBs and NDBs have been collaborating to mobilize climate finance. So these are kind of, some activities that were already mentioned. So financing partnerships, either through on-lending structures or co-financing arrangements that, really incorporate these innovative aspects of financing vehicles to make sure that there's access to finance for projects that otherwise would not be able to receive the amount of investment that they need. And so other kind of supporting efforts that accelerate that process are technical assistance and capacity building. And I think one of the kind of more emerging trends has been really working together to convene multi-institutional networks. So things like kind of discussions at Finance in Common or discussions through IDFC that really advance this agenda of kind of cooperation between public development banks to mobilize finance both amongst themselves and also to crowd in essentially finance from other sources. And so, just kind of looking at this diagram that we have here. So looking at project level data that were collected from MDB websites, what we saw from 2016 through 2023 was about 7 billion in joint climate related transactions, which included a wide range of institutions and financial flows into multiple sectors across emerging markets and developing economies. And so kind of just as a broad finding, what we see is that MDB-NDB cooperation seems to be a really crucial part of accelerating transition in emerging markets and developing economies, especially in cases where sovereign fiscal capacity and access to local private finance face significant constraints. Moving on to the next slide. So really just kind of thinking about, not kind of going beyond just the kind of numbers and what the financial flows are, what is the kind of strategic appeal that comes with MDB, NDB cooperation? And so really, I think what we see is that there's a very complementary set of strengths and capabilities that each side bring to kind of, build a partnership that is maybe more than just the sum of its parts. So from the MDB perspective, you really see that, partnerships through NDBs allow access to useful local intermediaries, which increases or potentially increases mobilization of private financing and ability to deploy capital, often in local currency, and really kind of creates that or overcomes that last mile challenge when it comes to finding domestic actors that are able to be proponents of climate projects. NDBs can also kind of support MDBs by providing their deep understanding of local political context and knowledge of barriers to investment, as well as access to potential partners in terms of local stakeholders, decision makers, either at the national or subnational level. Looking to kind of the NDB perspective, MDBs seem to be really well placed to leverage their experience on a more global scale, looking across different countries and contexts to find solutions to kind of overcome particular barriers, whether using technical assistance or patient capital or kind of de-risking instruments that seem to have worked in other contexts. MDBs also just kind of bring a wealth of expertise in terms of structuring financial agreements and facilities, implementing best practice when it comes to reporting and governance, and also kind of complying with increasingly important salient climate reporting standards when it comes to tracking climate finance. And so just to kind of summarize, what the benefits are, NDBs often bring kind of the local facilitation capacity that MDBs will need to implement a specific project, while MDBs can bring in global expertise and draw from a wider variety of resources. And yeah, moving on to kind of the second half of benefits. So I think, just kind of putting this into a more specific framing, one area where we see really strong benefits from MDB, NDB cooperation is adaptation and resilience finance. So NDB's role in pipeline development and risk mitigation is really complemented by MDB's provision of long-term concessional funds, which can be used to de-risk, as well as advanced capacities on the MDB side in terms of finance tracking, target setting, and mainstreaming of climate risk, really, thinking about, in this case, a lot of data that can be provided to help NDBs really get these projects kind of started. And so, if you just kind of think about the project lifecycle and how an adaptation project is originated, if you look at this kind of Venn diagram figure shown on the slide, what you see is that MDBs and NDBs can kind of provide an array of complementary inputs into a project, which are all necessary to ensure that the project is successful. So adaptation projects, which often tend to require large amounts of technical resources and data collection systems, can be supported in that dimension by MDBs. They're also, often contingent on local policy support and project development, which NDBs tend to be very well equipped to mobilize. And so both institutions, kind of putting these inputs together can then provide long-term finance, risk mitigation strategies, et cetera, to enable, kind of the deployment of these innovative financing approaches. But I think, almost kind of segueing into this discussion on the next discussion on barriers, what we see is that, while there is quite a bit of opportunity here of the, total kind of $7+ billion that we find in kind of joint transactions between MDBs and NDBs from 2016 to 2023, a very small amount has been related to adaptation. And so I think that kind of carries us into this discussion on what some of the salient barriers are to further MDB, NDB cooperation. So continuing on another slide here. Yeah, so, what we see is that kind of from a theoretical standpoint, or at least in terms of kind of the early data that we found, MDB, NDB cooperation is very promising, and the scale of engagement, is large, but definitely, remains limited relative to kind of the total financing and technical capacity of both groups of institutions. So it's really, kind of a foundation that could be built out quite considerably. And so what we kind of observe is that there seem to be a series of potential barriers that are impeding further cooperation between MDBs and NDBs. And so some of these barriers can include factors like political economy and governance, institutional climate mandates that are incongruent between the two types of institutions. Local currency risk, I think, is always kind of an underlying issue, especially when you think about emerging markets and developing economies. And so I think one thing to kind of point out here is that these barriers can arise both from kind of incongruence between MDBs and NDBs' internal operating models and strategic priorities, but they can also be the result of external factors that make collaboration difficult due to high transaction costs, even in cases where otherwise, cooperation would seem very beneficial based on its own merits. So kind of moving on to the next slide, I don't think I'll have time to kind of go through each of these one by one. Great. So just thinking about kind of, how these barriers manifest. So again, barriers can arise either due to external policy and investment environments or internal operating models, as well as, kind of frictions within these partnerships themselves. So, other things that tend to come up are differences in terms of risk appetites, kind of lack of project pipelines, typically on the NDB side, financial intermediation structures that aren't always fit for purpose to channel funding from MDBs to NDBs, at least on kind of a revolving or expanding basis, and then also kind of procedures when it comes to MRV or other types of kind of international standards that come with a lot of these transactions. And so really, I think one challenge that has to be mentioned is just the structuring of MDB-NDB cooperation in and of itself, which often will entail a wider consortium of private and public stakeholders where there has to be quite a clear coordination structure for implementation to be successful. And so I think, one of the challenges that we're kind of hoping to tackle in the next few years is figuring out what can be done to kind of make these structures a little bit more repeatable and scalable, and allow for them to be deployed across a variety of different contexts. Great, so moving on to the last few slides here. Yeah, so just a few recommendations that we've come to based on a lot of the findings that we have from our work, and as well as kind of one-on-one discussions with MDB and NDB staff. I think really these recommendations aim to be pretty actionable key steps that can be taken to resolve some of these barriers and unlock greater cooperation. So the first kind of recommendation that we have here is that MDB should pilot vehicles that navigate political economy and governance contexts to deliver climate finance through NDBs via on-lending and consortia building to improve the scale, durability, and effectiveness of MDB-NDB collaboration. So I think really what the kind of spirit of this recommendation is figuring out, what models for cooperation can be both scalable but also flexible to acknowledge a lot of the differences in NDB's operating contexts, as well as their engagements with third parties that are often necessary to kind of get these vehicles off the ground. And so this can be a bit of a tricky balance, but I think one potential starting point are country platforms, which can kind of create basically a high floor for contextual knowledge and kind of start to develop some of the local networks that are necessary to help kind of ease cooperation efforts. Another important recommendation that we've identified is that mandates for climate action should be clarified for both MDBs and NDBs and leveraged as a framework for collaboration and development of institutional capacity. Really what this is kind of saying is that the mandates for climate action amongst these institutions really shouldn't be kind of sources of inconsistency or potential barriers to cooperation. Really, I think what we'd like to see is that these mandates are as compatible as possible, and really fit for purpose when it comes to responding to the global existential challenge of climate change. And so this is, should be acknowledging that PDBs often have different types of policy mandates and operate in quite different environments. But to the extent, where NDBs can kind of consider what the mandates MDBs have that may be driving collaboration or potentially impeding it, and vice versa. I think, where adjustments can be made on the margins to make cooperation a bit more easy to facilitate, I think it can go a long way in terms of kind of getting some of these vehicles off the ground. And then kind of moving on to this last slide here, the final recommendation that we have pulled from our research is just that institutional capacity and expertise should be shared between MDBs and NDBs to enhance collaboration on advancing institutional climate mainstreaming, scaling intermediated financing structures, and filling data gaps. And so there are kind of a wide variety of different activities that could fall under this, but I think what this is really looking at is, adding to kind of the knowledge base that there exists out there in terms of how these collaboration structures can be developed. This could be something including, creating a joint database for best practice. I think another issue is that, especially when it comes to adaptation, is that there is kind of a wide variety of potential activities that fall under adaptation. So there really has to be some alignment in terms of what, counts as adaptation finance or mitigation finance across MDBs and NDBs. And so, I think these are activities that are already being undertaken by MDBs and NDBs to some extent, but where they can be replicated and scaled up through, multi-institutional bodies such as IDFC or at Finance in Common. These are really important activities to kind of set the table for future collaboration. So just to kind of conclude here, public-public cooperation between MDBs and NDBs definitely holds tremendous promise to unlock new climate finance opportunities, particularly in emerging markets and developing economies, through the leveraging of complementary aspects between the two groups of institutions. However, scaling MDB-NDB cooperation will require strong support across a variety of stakeholders, including NGOs such as CPI, that can help to establish an enabling environment and facilitating structures to allow for robust engagement across the spectrum of public development banks. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Neil, and also thank you for logging in at midnight in the US. We really appreciate your effort and commitment and for sharing all these incredible insights. We are nearing... Oh, sorry. Neil, can you hear me?
I'm on the West Coast now, so it's not too bad.
Oh, okay, so I actually thought it was midnight, but still, it's pretty late in the US. So thank you so much for logging in. We're reaching almost the end of our presentation, so I want to introduce our last speaker, last but not least. She's going to be joining us also remotely, I think, from Istanbul. Her name is Gulçin Kadyoglu. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that perfectly. Gulçin, I think you're going to talk to us about the collaboration of PDBs. You're a manager in the Climate Change and Sustainability Management Division of TSKB. So over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning. I represent Industrial Development Bank of Turkey. I work as manager in Climate Change and Sustainability Management Department, and I'm honored to be here to discuss the critical role of public development finance in addressing climate change, both at national and international level. We can skip to the next slide. Yes, I would like to start my presentation by briefly talking about our bank as the first and only private development and investment bank with a sustainability mission. We have been contributing to sustainable and inclusive development and green transformation of Turkey for 74 years. Thanks to our long-term collaborations with international development finance institutions, we bring sustainable and innovative funds to our country and support our customers. Our bank provides services in three main fields of activity: corporate banking, investment banking, and consulting services. In addition to the financing needs of our customers, we also support them with our financial and technical consulting services. I can say that we are currently experiencing a period where numerous development projects aligned with sustainability practices are gaining a momentum both within our country and globally. And in this context, we are amplifying our concrete achievements by providing financing opportunities and support investments aligned with the sustainable development goals that support Turkey's national climate strategy and aims to reach net zero emissions by 2053. Next slide, please. Our sustainability journey dates back to the 80s with the integration of environmental factors in the credit appraisal process. And in the 90s, we started to disperse environmental loans to our customers. In 2001, we established our environmental management system, which we developed this into a sustainability management system in 2012. There are many accomplishments after 2015 with the acceleration of efforts in line with the national and international developments. And in 2019, we became a founding signatory of the Principles for Responsible Banking developed by UNEP-FI. And following the establishment of Climate Risks Working Group in 2020, we accelerated our studies on the management of climate risks and opportunities. We can skip to the next slide. Becoming an official TSFD supporter in 2021, we published our first climate risk report in Turkey. And in 2022, as a signatory to the Net Zero Banking Alliance, we committed to align our lending and investment portfolio with the net zero emissions targets by 2050. In line with this commitment, we developed a roadmap and received our Science-Based Targets Initiative approval for Scope 1, 2, and 3 emission reduction targets in July 2023. And at the beginning of this year, we announced our commitment to exit coal financing by 2035. I can say that all these developments on the path to sustainability have helped us establish reliable relationships with international development finance institutions. Next slide, please. As of the last quarter of this year, development finance institution funds represent 70% of the funding structure of our bank and has reached $500 million. 83% of these funds are provided under the guarantee of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance. As TSKB, we are in close cooperation with IBRD, Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, German Development Bank, and other development institutions around the world. Next slide, please. With that, I can say that we are designing our funding structure with thematic funds we obtained from these international development finance institutions and capital markets. Our aim is to increase our country's mitigation and resilience efforts with our diversified products and with a just transition that covers all sectors. In line with Turkey's National Development Plan, we provide finance not only for climate change mitigation, such as renewable energy and energy efficiency, but also for climate adaptation investments, as well as investments for strengthening the position of women in the workforce. In the recent years, we have also developed new themes such as circular economy, technologies supporting green transformation, and support for the earthquake-affected regions. We believe that each of these themes constitute subheadings of a multidimensional concept of green transformation. Next slide, please. I would like to mention about some of our thematic credit funds. In 2022, we put forward the Sustainable Energy and Infrastructure Credit Package with AIIB, which includes investments that will contribute to Turkey's climate change mitigation and adaptation goals in line with the Paris Agreement. And also, under the Memorandum of Understanding between German Development Bank and Republic of Turkey, and the other development partners, we signed climate finance loan agreement last year to finance the investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy storage, and electrical vehicle technology in Turkey through the subordination of external debt. This loan, together with the grant support from the International Climate Initiative, aims to have a positive impact on the innovative investment projects and contribute to the bank's capacity building activities. Another one is the green economy financing facility loan we signed with EBRD as part of our long-standing partnership in 2022 to provide financing for projects including technologies that support our green economy. Our bank was the first institution that obtained that financing under this facility. And in October this year, we signed a second loan agreement within this fund. In May this year, we signed an agreement with IBRD to support distributed solar projects to improve energy efficiency and our country's clean energy capacity. And in July, we signed another new loan agreement with French Development Agency and the Italian. I'm sorry, I'm hearing my voice at the background. Thank you. And the Italian Public Development Bank to support green investments of companies affected by the earthquake that sadly happened in Turkey last year. And also last year, we expanded our existing sustainable financial instruments with the Turkey Green Finance Project. This loan, signed with IBRD, is the first venture capital investment fund established in our country and in the world, with a focus on green and inclusive transformation. The fund aims to create an ecosystem that will contribute to our country's green transformation and investment needs in this area, and to significantly contribute to Turkey's net zero targets. During setting eligibility criteria of these funds for them to be successful, our engineering, international development finance departments, our department and our related departments work closely with our colleagues from international development finance institutions. Next slide, please. Women's employment became one of the TSKB's funding themes after the Women's Employment and Occupational Health and Safety Loan agreement signed with French Development Agency in 2016. These funds were provided to the companies operating in Turkey which invested in occupational health and safety, as well as the companies that respect gender equality in their workplace and encourage women participation in the workforce. And we expanded our cooperation on gender equality with IBRD and IFC in 2018, and we obtained another fund from World Bank to finance working capital and investment loan needs of companies that support women participation in the labor force and provide a woman-friendly working environment. Next slide, please. While emission reduction projects are crucial in combating climate change, we believe it's essential to recognize the significance of investing in circular economy and resource efficiency. And in that context, we signed a loan agreement with French Development Agency in 2022, which is the first circular economy loan received from development finance institutions in Turkey. And as known, we experienced an earthquake disaster at the beginning of the last year. As TSKB, we are providing funding for the rapid rehabilitation, development and reconstruction, and also green investments of private sector at 17 earthquake-affected provinces through agreements with French Development Agency and Italian Public Development Bank, and also with other long agreements with many development banks. Through these agreements, we aim to increase the region's productive capacity, create new employment opportunities, and contribute to the sustainable economic recovery. We can skip to the next slide. As well as team developments, our collaborations with development finance institutions have enabled us to develop new tools that will support our clients to evaluate and improve their existing activities. As an example, I would like to introduce Circular Economy Toolkit developed by our bank's Circular Economy Working Group and French Development Agency with the support of external consultancy. The toolkit asks self-assessment questions, and these questions help our clients to evaluate their current circular economy practices and identify areas for improvement. We are also providing training sessions to these companies to ensure that they are well equipped to implement circular economy principles. As a result of these efforts, action plans have been developed, which are detailed roadmaps that guide companies over the next years as they work towards their goals of improving sustainable practices. As part of this program, a grant will also be provided. We can skip to the next slide. With the contribution of all these team developments that I mentioned, we have established a portfolio structure that is currently compatible with global and national climate policies. In our loan portfolio, electricity generation loans have the highest share by approximately 33%. And 92% of these electricity generation loans are renewable energy loans. We also support industrial investments, including rooftop and distributed solar power plant investments of our customers from manufacturing industries, but this is not reflected in the share of renewable energy loans. And I can say that in order to measure and monitor our impact, we developed SDG mapping model in 2020, and we started to map the loans we provided according to 17 SDGs, and we measure our performance and set targets within the scope. According to the results of the first 3 quarters of this year, 91% of our loan portfolio is linked to SDGs, and 60% of our loan portfolio is linked to climate and environment-focused SDGs. We can skip to the next slide. Before concluding my presentation, I would like to highlight some of our KPIs as of the end of this last year. The total installed capacity of the 456 renewable energy projects we have financed is 9,145 megawatts. And this represents the 15% of Turkey's total installed renewable energy capacity. And with the finance of these renewable energy efficiency and resource efficiency projects, we have contributed 13.1 million carbon dioxide emission reduction. We aim to continue to support these themes of transition to low carbon economy, inclusiveness, and reconstruction of earthquake-affected regions with our financing products, investment banking, and advisory services. As I conclude my presentation, I would like to say that institutions which have placed sustainability at the center of their business model should continue to transform the entire ecosystem and support sustainable finance by using the driving force factor. In this context, we believe that the importance of developing technical capacity and sharing knowledge and experience. We make our best effort to share our 74 years of knowledge, technical capacity, and experience with active participation in many national and international platforms, initiatives, and working groups. As we have seen today, collaborations across sectors and borders is essential to mobilize the resources we need for a sustainable future. Thank you again to my fellow panelists and organizers that contribute to the realization of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gulçin, for sharing all the incredible things that TESCABE is doing. It's really impressive to see all your actions and a strategic vision. We are nearing just the very, very end of this panel discussion. And with that, I would like to introduce Komlavi Monglo, who is the Deputy Head of the Climate Facility of the IDFC, as well as Sherpa of the West African Development Bank, BOAD, to IDFC. So, Komlavi, over to you to close up.
Thank you very much for the brilliant presentations that were done since the beginning of this side event. I think as much as the informations were shared, we keep learning and we keep seeing that the opportunities that definitely that can be useful in the implementation of our various objectives. May it be at the IDFC, the facility, or at BOAD. I do have those two hats, so I'm gonna probably express myself on those two fronts. First of all, on the West African Development Bank (BOAD), it is to be noted that whilst researching specifically on the 55 African countries that exist on the African continent, we only have 9 national development banks in total. So 9 national development banks in areas that are scattered around the continent makes a joint effort quite tedious and challenging to do. It is very, very, very hard to show that we define various type of projects that we think are eligible, but it is a tedious task. Definitely that it would help develop many climate actions on the ground, and we are totally aligned with that. On the IDFC facility front, I can definitely say that since its set up back in 2019-2020, the facility has been successful in organizing several capacity building activities, ensuring that its members, the IDFC members, and in fact more than the members, because in some of the countries that we've been to or some of the sessions that we've organized, we've seen that some of the private sectors of those countries were also involved, were also invited, and they benefited from those trainings. And I believe that we are even doing more than that from next year going. We have sessions that are planned that would involve again the private sector and also the IDFC members. And I believe there is definitely a value in what the facility is bringing in helping implementing all these climate actions on the ground, and also in implementing the country platform. We are very open sort of facility. We assess our members' risk, our members' needs, and we definitely design programs and capacity building based and tailored to those needs and those requests that we receive from our members. And since country platforms is something that we are talking about now, and a lot of actions are really coming up from there, and a lot of needs are coming up. We've evolved that, or we've introduced that into our programs, and I think from the year going on, next year going on, I think there are a lot of activities that are going to be implemented on that. And yes, so please support, please participate, and if you do ever sort of need our support in implementing this, please feel free to join us, feel free to write to us and contact us, and we're more than happy to support and to provide our know-how. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamlambi. And with that, I apologize for my very bad moderation. We're running a little bit over time, but we're now done with the first event of the IDFC Pavilion, namely Options for Aligning International Financial Flows with Climate Objectives and Country Priorities. Thank you to all the panelists, both here on site, but also remotely. And yeah, looking forward to continuing this discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Is this just for? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's only. I think it doesn't stream out into the room. It's only for the headphones.
For the headphones, there's also a stream outside. That was so the whole world is listening.
And we watches. So be careful.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, for our viewers online, and to our panelists here. We are in the second session of the IDFC Pavilion, talking about the topic of this COP, namely the relationship between the new collective quantified goal and the reform of international financial architecture in order to unlock climate finance for national transition planning and climate positive growth. I would like to start by apologizing. We had a couple of negotiators who are going to join us, namely Sofia Vargas, who leads the negotiation block of ILAC for NCQG, as well as Yusuf Hussein. But as the people here on the ground will know, there has been a contact group that has been set up, so everybody's currently in the negotiating room trying to actually untangle the very issue that we're going to try to discuss. Having said that, we have an amazing set of panelists here on my left. We're going to start. I'm going to introduce every single one of them as they start. Then we're going to have a round of opening remarks. All of them represent different sections of this discussion. We have a representative from the private sector, which is very exciting to see here. We have two former negotiators now that have moved to the think tank civil society space. We have a representative of the public development bank ecosystem that are going to share with us their views on this question. So with that, I would like to give the word to Rob Moore, Associate Director of Public Banks and Development Finance at E3G, an independent climate change think tank, and also a former lead negotiator for finance, who also led the UK presidency in this issue a few years ago. So, Rob, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Laura, and good to share the panel. So you've asked me to talk a little bit about the interlinkages between the IFA reform agenda and the new collective quantified goal that's being discussed at this COP. And I think it's good to start off with just an overview of what we at E3G see as the main components of the IFA reform agenda, just because it's often quite nebulous and it means a lot of different things to different people. When we talk about it, we tend to think about three core layers to the reform agenda. One is, how do we get the scale that we need in the climate and development finance system? And that involves quite a lot of new capital needs and a lot of ensuring that the providers of assistance, whether they are development banks or direct aid providers, are being as effective as possible, both in terms of their direct impact, but also in their amplification effect and their mobilization of finance and the efficiency of the banks. You then have a layer that is very much focused on the delivery mechanisms, and that's where a lot of the work around country platforms, national transition plans, and ensuring better access to finance becomes really important, and how do we actually get the system to deliver more effectively whatever those resources are, and in a country-responsive, country-driven way that is nonetheless aligned with global climate goals. And that often can be quite challenging because there are sometimes some tensions there that we need to work through. But that we have the right delivery mechanisms to navigate those challenges. Then you have the bit that sits outside the system, it's the institutions themselves, and that's the sort of wider macroeconomic considerations, the bit in which all of this operates, and that relates to prudential, it relates to fiscal headroom. So we can do all that we can, but we need to also make sure that we're creating the space for these countries to actually absorb that money, and that means having a structural discussion too. And what you often hear when you talk about the goal within the UNFCCC, which I find slightly odd, is, well, it's not for the UNFCCC to talk about these things. As if the UNFCCC doesn't do exactly that on 1.5, which is set a global goal, which the whole economy needs to deliver on. And so I think the first thing we need to think about is it is very legitimate for the UNFCCC to set a goal that is cognizant of all of these things. It might not deliver all of these things itself, but it's aware of them and it's driving them. And I think we need to sort of have a good way of articulating that. And then within that, what we really want is the goal to reflect what we need to see in the real world as much as possible. And so it needs to do all of those things. Firstly, it needs to be conducive to the scale of the challenge. Secondly, it needs to be in the context of those wider reforms that are needed. And thirdly, whilst it won't define delivery, it should make the right noises around what better delivery and more country-responsive delivery mechanisms look like. And that I think, is achievable within a goal. What is not necessarily achievable right now, or what doesn't feel achievable, is that we're going to do all of that in one fell swoop, this COP, because the politics are very challenging. And so we have been calling for as ambitious a goal as possible, this COP to be agreed very concretely, which, you know, we do think, even with recent political developments, there is a pathway to get a lot more money into the system over the next few years. But we still need to have a longer-term discussion on some of those wider reforms that are needed and ensure that we can create a positive feedback loop between the political signal and reporting that this process carries out and delivery in the real world. And how can we use the NCQG without asking countries to necessarily agree to sign up to a goal that's predicated on meeting things that they can't themselves change because they need multilateral action. Things like innovative sources of finance, solidarity levies, all of these things that are often talked about. It's going to be very hard for countries to say, yes, we concretely sign up to those. But as well as the goal taking a big step forward in public finance, in the conventional sense, how can we ensure that it has a positive impact on those discussions and ignites them and catalyzes further discussions and further actions, even if we can't commit to all of that at once? So we've put out a paper that sort of argues for this. There are many ways in which you can do that. The one that we've suggested is that you have a goal now in the hundreds of billions. You have an acknowledgement that that's not enough and that we need to reach that sort of trillion-type figure that we talk about for international investment, and that this process needs to continue to monitor the developments that are happening in the real world to figure out how we get there. And I think that's our best attempt to thread the needle that countries are going to be facing at this COP. Then the other thing that I think the new goal needs to do is identify the areas where public finance needs to be specifically targeted and where it needs to be particularly concessional in nature. And that means, you know, thinking about an adaptation finance provision, which there is already a precedent for in the process through Glasgow. There is already a clause in the Paris Agreement, Article 9.4, which talks about the need for grant-based resources for adaptation, and how can it provide a bit of a steering mechanism which gets a bit more attention to get more public quality money where it's needed. So I think that's what we see as the big challenge. What has been very difficult is obviously the political backdrop that we're facing and the fact that these discussions have been ongoing for a number of years, and we are still, at this point, at the start of COP, talking in a way in which I think a lot of countries do not have a clear sense of what the landing zone is, and that's going to be a real political challenge and a negotiation management challenge over the next few weeks. But there is a pathway to an outcome, I think, that can do at least some of these things and, importantly, create a pathway to do more coming off the back of COP. The final thing that I'll say is just the interface between the UNFCCC and the other multilateral fora that are talking about these things, especially the G20, feels very important. And I think delegates need to be thinking about, if the negotiations this week don't go particularly well, how can we usefully use the fact that G20 leaders are meeting at the end of the week to send the right political signal? I think that's really important. And then coming out of this, whilst recognizing that the G20 and the UNFCCC do different things, how can we make sure that they are better doing them in a dialogue with each other, which isn't that hard. And there's a lot of protectionism around, oh, this forum does this forum does this. That's absolutely fine. The UNFCCC doesn't need to be operational, but it can still be rooted in reality. And I think that's what we need to get to, is this avoiding the fear that the UNFCCC shouldn't deal with the real world, which has been a lot of the fear that I think we've seen in recent years. I will stop there because I'm sure that we've got lots of things to get through. And Laura, I'm not sure if you wanted to pass around or go straight out.
Thank you, Rob. I think that final statement about the UNFCCC dealing with the reality of the world is where we're at. And I think when the IDFC Climate Facility was setting up this event, we were discussing that it would be great to have it at the very beginning of the COP, because we're looking at 2 very difficult weeks, and we are already seeing that even today this is already showing signs of being a very, very difficult negotiation, precisely because of all of the issues that you're discussing. So as I was mentioning, we're going to have a dynamic in which we're all going to share opening remarks, so namely the panelists, to hear the different perspectives that all of you bring to this equation. So with that, I will first raise the question, and then I will introduce the panelists. And the question is, given the importance of aligning the IFA reform with the NCQG for climate finance, how can we leverage global financial reforms to increase both the quality and the quantity of climate finance, especially in emerging markets and developing economies? And what are some of the initial challenges your organization or country faces in these efforts? So with that, I'm going to turn to your right, actually, Rob. Tom Taylor is the head of climate finance for Aviva Investors. So it's, as I was mentioning, it's great to have you here as a private sector representative who has been in the weeds of these negotiations. So what is your take about all of this, Tom? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Laura. And yeah, really pleased to be here with IDFC. I think Rob set the scene really well. I think it's really important that we don't pretend that the same countries aren't members of the G20, the G7, all of these groups, just as much as they are part of the UNFCCC. You can't be, a lion in one forum and a lamb in another. We need consistency across the piece. And that, I think, is particularly the case in relation to these international financial architecture discussions. We've seen in the UNFCCC process evidence of that, where, for example, in the language around multilateral development bank reform, we've evolved in successive COP outcome texts from asking the MDBs to act, which is obviously important, to recognition that parties as the shareholders in the MDBs also have to hold them to account and press them. And I think those sorts of things can be seen across the wider financial architecture as well. As Rob said, the acronym IFA, or the International Financial Architecture phrase, means something different to almost everybody, right? And that is that's a challenge when we're often thinking we're talking about the same thing and maybe talking about subtly different things. Yeah. But in relation to scaling up flows of climate finance, one of the things that, as a representative of the private sector, that's really important is that financial architecture discussion includes the regulation and supervision of finance, which means essentially the bodies that are part of the FSB, which is a G20 creature, but also all of those bodies have much wider membership as well. So IOSCO, the IAIS, the Bank of International Settlements, essentially the way that finance is overseen and regulated. Because we shouldn't underestimate how important the signals of the way that finance is regulated are to the way that they act and the way that they allocate capital or underwrite or lend. So that's really important, and that financial architecture isn't really designed, it doesn't have as a purpose solving this problem or contributing to the solving of this problem. It was basically set up and has evolved over time, essentially to avoid each preceding crisis repeating. So basically we've got a set of regulations designed to avoid a repeat of the 2008 financial crisis, which is great and important, but the next crisis isn't going to look like the last one. And if we're not careful, we'll find that our architecture is failing to prevent us from a climate-related financial crisis that we can't bail out with public money. It will be too big, too significant, and too systemic. So thinking about how we can preemptively evolve the way that finance is regulated to avoid this, I think is really important. And that can contribute to private finance helping to provide the scale behind a public and development finance core that the NCQG can set. And that's why I think, of the options that lie before the negotiators, thinking about the multi-layered goal that includes policy and regulatory levers is really, really important, and really important from the private sector perspective. However, you're not going to shift the money just with multilateral development bank reform. Even with wider financial system reform, you ultimately have to shift the whole global economy. And this is when you said, what are the challenges for an institution? This is really where the pinch is being felt, and we're hearing an increasingly loud narrative from financial institutions essentially saying you can't ask us to invest or lend in line with 1.5 if the economy is heading to 3. Now, I have sympathy with that. That's clearly a challenge, but we shouldn't pretend as financial institutions we don't have levers to pull of our own. Financial institutions spend a huge amount of time, effort, and money lobbying governments, regulators, and so on. And so aligning that engagement with the world we need to build for ultimately other people's money, our customers' money, is a really, really important step. And in relation to the challenges faced at this COP, we actually have a blueprint to shift the economy in the form of the global stocktake outcome. Energy is 75% of emissions. If we see implementation from governments in full and on time of what was in the GST, the IEA say that puts the energy system on a 1.5 pathway. The other thing that will happen is we won't have to talk about we need to find ways of scaling up private finance. It will go there itself because it chases where returns are. And implementing the GST on energy will change where the perception of future returns is, will change the economics, and then we'll see climate finance really flowing at scale. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you so much. A lot food for thought, but also really great to talk about the need to change not only the financial flows, but the regulatory system behind it, which is, of course, a frontier issue that the G20 is exploring, as Rob also was alluding to. So with that, I'm going to go to your right. David Reifisch, who used to be also a negotiator, is now the head of the finance proofing department at German Watch, and has been also following this discussion very, very closely. David, you recently published a little paper on the relationship between NCQG and IFA reform. But as Tom was saying, IFA reform, this little acronym means different things for different people. So perhaps you can share a little bit about your thoughts and what are the challenges that you're seeing in this discussion. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laura, and thank you IDFC for hosting this event. And yeah, indeed, I think the understanding of what is the IFA reform varies widely. I mean, we heard that from Rob, we heard that from Thomas. So the way we looked at it is we practically looked at 4 pillars: the MDB reform, the reform of the International Monetary Fund, the reform of the debt architecture, and what is global or international taxation levies. And practically looking at those 4 pillars in order to understand how are they linked to the UNFCCC space, and how these IFA reform processes, and we heard they are covered in different fora, G20, but also obviously in the different boards of the institutions, how this IFA reform can provide impulses to the UNFCCC, but also vice versa. We heard from Rob before that he said it's like, this is the countries practically are represented here, they're presented in the other fora. So very much the signals, even though it's not within the mandate necessary of the UNFCCC, the signals that come from here can be important for the wider reform agenda if countries actually take seriously what the signals that they send from here. So maybe because we're at the IDFC pavilion, I'd look a little bit deeper into the development bank space then, because also we heard from you, Thomas, that it's like the financial regulation was set up to not resolve a repeat crisis. And a start for the whole IFA reform was actually to say, well, the Bretton Woods institutions are not made to respond to the crisis of our times anymore. So that's how it all started. So luckily, I would say on the MDB reform is probably the element of the international financial architecture where we've advanced the most, but the space where we can still hopefully go, and there's now added uncertainty, unfortunately, after the US elections, there's still some ground to cover in the MDB reform that we can do more. Generally speaking, we've seen some progress on the bigger MDBs, what we call generally the capital adequacy framework review, and that certainly will already contribute additional to climate finance. But there's still a lot that we can do on the better and bolder part of the MDB reform, of what the high-level expert group called the triple agenda. And there I see a lot of potential over the next years to still increase climate finance. One being that the MDBs work better as a system to be more efficient in their strengths and expertise and partner together. That is also actually, for me, this is not just the MDBs amongst themselves, but I think your previous panel was on MDB and NDB collaboration. So that obviously is a crucial element where we can still improve. And then we have such a popular thing right now, which is the country platforms, which ideally will trigger more demand also for climate finance, because we shouldn't forget, after all, the MDBs shall respond also to what the countries want. So there should be demand coming from the countries. I'll leave one last thing in order not to speak too much in this first round. Many do not include the element of Paris alignment in IFA reform. For us, that is a really crucial thing, because we know that climate finance has increased, but as long as that there's still finance that contradicts practically these efforts, and there's still financing for fossil fuels, we're practically, in a way, cancelling out the efforts that we do on the climate space. And Thomas referenced IEA, and we know the last year's COP28 global stocktake result. We can't afford that anymore. So there's still space on the Paris alignment side also to strengthen the climate finance further. Whether this element will be included in the NCQG, I don't know. I would hope that in the NCQG, we know we've not been able to agree on what is climate finance for years, but what if we agreed on what is for sure not climate finance? And that, for example, I think it should be for sure not climate finance, anything that goes for fossil fuels.
Strong words, but definitely agree. Thank you so much already. And I think we're slowly starting to shift to the next segment of this discussion, which is precisely on the role of PDBs. So this is actually perfect timing. I would like to first introduce Mubarak Michaela, who is the head of the Sustainable Development Financing Division of the West African Development Bank. Quite a small task to fund sustainable development. So Mubarak, how do you see this discussion? What is the role, as all of your fellow panelists have been highlighting, of the broader PDB ecosystem, not only MDBs? What is the role that the West African Development Bank is playing in this discussion, and how you're interlinking both the sustainable development discussion, climate, and what is the relationship then between NCQG and IFA?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you to IDFC for hosting this very important topic. For the West African Development Bank, it's actually very interesting when we are talking about financing sustainable development, because for us, anything we finance is actually financing sustainable development, because the first goal of our financing is to address the poverty, address very basic needs of populations. So it's very important that in everything we're doing, we're financing sustainable development. A few months ago, my daughter actually asked me, "Are you doing this for real, or are you joking?" Because actually, it actually looks like every time we're talking, we all know what we want is right to do, but we actually don't do the right things. And COVID-19 has proven that's right, because during COVID-19, we were in a period where there was no cash flow. There was a very tight moment where countries didn't have the means to invest. But actually, COVID-19 made us look deep in our pockets to find the money, to put it on the table to finance projects. And one of the things that we realized is that private sector has invested more than ever in West Africa. Within 2 years, the Sub-Saharan African region has mobilized $5.4 billion US dollars to finance COVID solutions. So it means at the end of the day that if you have a great return rate on investment, you are surely and certainly will have the means, the financing to finance. And in our sub-region as well, 70% of the needs of the NDCs will probably come from the private sector. And one of the things that our governments are not doing is facilitating the private sector's investment in the projects, because there is no incentive. And then where the governments are saying we are making efforts, like you rightly just said now, governments are saying they are making efforts to lower the emissions reduction, but at the same time they are subsidizing fossil fuel. And that's something that we need to look into. And when you're talking to most of the governments, one of the things that they tell you is that if we don't subsidize fossil fuel, our populations, to the end users, everything will become more expensive for them. So we need to subsidize fossil fuel in order to allow transport, in order to allow many other aspects. And where I do not really agree with the Western world on transition is that right now, many of our countries have discovered fossil fuel. When you look at Senegal, you look at even Benin recently mentioned that they have discovered fossil fuel. And when you talk to the former president of Senegal, for example, one of the things that he tells you is that yes, we want to lower emission. Yes, we want to make sure that we meet the Paris Agreement goals and everything. But for us, countries that have discovered fossil fuel, we have many responsibilities to use that fossil fuel more responsibly than the others have used it before. So one of the things that they will do, of course, they will use the fossil fuel, but they need to have more responsible ways to use those fossil fuel. One of the things that we have also been able to do greatly in the West African region, with BEWADE especially, is to target where the problem lies. And one of the key things that we have discovered, because in 2021, we've issued sustainability bonds. And we were able to mobilize 4.4 billion, but we could only use 750 million, just because we didn't have qualified projects. And the president of the bank has decided to create a unit specialized in project development. And that it solves two issues. Not only we develop projects that meet the requirements of the development institutions, but also the different funds that we are accredited to. But it also allow us to make sure that those projects are implemented. Because one of the issues as well that we've seen in our region is that Sub-Saharan Africa has mobilized only 6% of the global climate finance. But only 40% of that 6% is actually implemented. And that's also a big gap. And when you see what they pay in the resources that are mobilized, it's also resources that they lose because they cannot they pay it to institutions where they can actually use it. So we are developing projects that already and within the last we have developed this new unit last December, and we have already prepared 2 projects that we've submitted to the GCF, for example, and 3 projects that were submitted to the GEF within a year. So it means that there is actually a concrete solution if we capacitate and we build strong and tangible projects. One of the other things that we also did is that we created a unit that actually supports the implementation of projects on the ground. And that unit is actually working with the projects that are already in our pipeline to make sure that they evolve, that they move, because private sector they don't necessarily have all the means and to push the implementation, and that is very important. The third thing is the involvement of the private sector. Like I said earlier, private sector is 70%, and if you don't give the right tools to the private sector, at the end of the day, you will not be able to make it. So what we are doing is we're working with institutions, and we have been talking to GCF and GEF as well and the other funds. We need to create instruments, equity instruments, to support private sector. And in our region especially, we need to create guarantee instruments, because one of the things is that, as well, is that private sector doesn't have the confidence to put their money. So we need to create guarantee instruments that enables them to see that in the future they will get their money and their resources back. So those elements are very important, are key. But one of the biggest areas that we are covering, and the West African Bank hosts the regional collaboration center with the UNFCCC for our region. And one of the things that we are also working on is, and Laura will be happy that I'm talking about this, the country platforms. And it's essential. No, I mean, whenever I'm talking about the country platform, people look at it as a simple picture, but it's essential. I was discussing with the Minister of Togo last month, and one of the things that he told me that was striking to me is that they had 72 activities on Article 6 in Togo. In one country, 72 activities, and out of that 72 activities, only about 20 people participated in all of them. And about 5 or 10 activities each time is on the same topic, is on basic Article 6 or Article 6.4, how to unlock, and it's the same topic over and over again. And when you look at that, you tell yourself, so all these institutions have the money to do this. What if they talk to each other? Or what if the country had a platform somewhere where they can align their needs and the requirements and all that, and then the institution will just go to them to do the activities as the countries want. Instead of everyone doing activities 1 to 5, if I do activities 1 to 5, when you come, you do activities 6 to 10, and so on and so forth. And that's where we need to also work, because that's money that we're wasting as well. And that money can be used to do other things, and we need to work closely. We need to collaborate more within the institution. We need to work within the countries, work with the countries so that these country platforms has very strong resource mobilization tools, because then again, when institutions come to you and they see that you are that organized, they put more money on the table and they are ready to put more money for future, because they see that there is actually progress in what you're doing. So these elements, I think, are very essential, and we need to talk to each other, and also, very importantly, speak the language of the people that we're serving. Because many times we come with our language. We come with, we think that it's normal. They need our money, so we can tell them what they will do, and then they do it. And one of the funny things, I'm not going to say the institution's name, I was in Niger recently looking at a project, and they actually build room for cattle. They build like this new property, because in the West African region as well, there is a transhumance, I don't know how you say transhumance issue. And they built these new houses for the cattle and everything. And a few months after, the institution came to look at what they built. And they see that the people are living in there, and the cattle are still outside. Because you go to a village, you build nice house for cattle, and then you leave the people outside. So you also need to always look at what the population needs, what fits their requirement, what fits their needs in order to build and in order to make that. So these elements, I think, in the structure that we have in the West African Development Bank right now, where we talk to the people and we talk with the people to build together the projects, makes more sense. And we have seen a lot of progress in what we've been doing so far. Within a year, we've seen a lot of progress in what we're doing, in the activities that we're doing, and I believe that's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mubarak. I think there's so much to unpack there, but we have more time. I want to zoom in, because you've been talking so much about the private sector, and we have private sector here. So, Thomas, there's been a lot of talk around like the role of the private sector in the NCQG. How much should the private sector take? I mean, at the end of the day, as Rob was also talking about, in the real world, not because we have an established goal, that means that the money will start immediately flowing in, especially in emerging economies and developing countries. There are other challenges, right, as Mubarak was indicating, related to incentives. So with that background, I would like to hear from you. What is the primary role that you think the private sector should be playing in the context of the NCQG? So actually, like how do you see that in the layering? But also, how can private sector engagement be maximized within a reform international financial architecture? Because we know that even if all the governments in the world would have all the money, it's not enough. this is in the trillion. So how can we create that architecture, as you were saying, that is more effective and that the private sector can not only be a passive recipient but really like engage at that full level? So over to you.
Thank you, Lara. So I think some of this comes down to something I said earlier, which is the way that the private sector already engages with government and regulators and so on. Because we hear a lot about, and I've written about and talked about, the private sector needs signals from the NCQG. Okay, that seems fine. Everyone sort of nods and smiles. So what are those signals, right? So you go into the negotiating room and say, okay, tell me what the signals are that you need. And I think in the same way that the body of developing countries are not homogenous, that the needs are different in different countries and different regions. It's the same with the private sector. Different bits of the private sector have different needs and different capabilities when it comes to the mobilization of finance under the NCQG. So if you are a venture capital fund, you've got a very different risk appetite to if you're an insurer. An insurer can play on both sides of its balance sheet. It's an asset owner, so it's got deep pockets and deep pools of capital, but it also can provide underwriting, and that can help to de-risk projects. And in essence, all project finance needs insurance. No one's going to lend to a project without insurance. So the role of insurance is critical. Investors serve different parts of the system. So a pension fund, is, apart from the very few sort of huge mega funds, unlikely to want to do project finance on its own because the concentration, the perceived risk around that is too great. So they're going to need, just as we were hearing, they're going to need instruments. They're going to need securities that they can invest in. So the pooling of projects, the securitization of those is a big part of that, because at the moment pension funds are perhaps not quite sure, particularly the pension funds in developed countries, that are big pools of capital, are not really sure how to contribute to this. Lots of them are starting to say, we see that this is an issue. There's definitely the case that because an uneven transition where the money as it currently is overwhelmingly remains in developed countries and China for green and transition assets, is going to build up systemic risk that will spill over and will impact developed countries, right? So sitting in the UK, a pension fund in the UK should care about this, because it can't say, oh, it's okay, I'm going to stay invested in sovereign debt of the G7 and investment grade credit. Those are going to be affected if we don't sort a more even and a more holistic transition. So there are vested long-term interests here that the private sector needs to play. So part of it is getting involved, right? Finding a way not just to turn up and say, we need a better pipeline of projects and we need de-risking, because those things are kind of givens now. They've been on every panel that we've had at the last sort of 5 COPs. We need to get more specific. For example, in the regulatory sphere, rather than saying, oh, regulation's a problem, oh, we don't like prudential, which bits, right? Which bits are a problem? What is that? Is it actively stopping you, or is it just a bit of a disincentive? Do we need to get rid of things or just tweak? When it comes to saying what the investment appetite is, let's get specific, right? Let's help, groups of countries and their regulators and supervisors understand what it is the private sector is looking for. Basically, what we need is, when we talk about those signals don't need to just matter to sort of policy people who are already engaged. They need to matter to people who actually don't care about this, who sit in investment banks and write investment research. It needs to be something where they think, wow, I cannot write decent research without factoring in the signals that are coming in terms of mobilizing finance to emerging markets and developing economies. And we need to work out what those levers are and start to get specific. And I don't expect that to be in the cover text. It needs to be in the implementation that comes next.
Thank you so much. And I think that's actually a key element, because here, for a really long time, we've had a discussion happening in the context of the UNCCC with ministries of environment, ministries of climate. But in reality, in order to transition to that implementation phase, we really do need the people that are at the helm of these institutions. And as you said, there's definitely an element there for getting involved and getting granular and being precise. And it's great that you're not only here, but you're we've seen you throughout the whole year, just there with all the negotiators. I see that Rob wants to come, which is actually perfect because I'm going to add something to what you're already going to say. Seeing that Colombia and Kenya are not here, Colombia and Kenya have been championing a few initiatives related to debt, to taxation. So I was also keen to hear your thoughts about what is the role that you see beyond, let's say, what falls within the UNFCCC, right? Because debt doesn't really have a mandate in theory under the UNFCCC. Taxation also falls outside of it. So what are your thoughts about that, besides whatever you wanted to just share with us now?
They're very happily related, and thank you. And I just wanted to come on something that Tom said, but I'll try and adapt it for that question too. And firstly, I would just also like to say that the advocacy that Aviva does on this stuff is really, really powerful, and it's always great to have you or Steve at these events to sort of bring these things home in a way that you know is literate of the UNFCCC process, but brings a different perspective. So one other thing that we added in our briefing, and it speaks a little bit to that. I think everything that Steve said around what the tone of the discussion with the private sector needs to be is right. The thing that I would add to it is also being honest about what the private sector can't deliver of its own volition. So where do you need either policy measures or development finance? And it's not helpful, or concessional finance, and it's not, you're right, it's not helpful to come in and say, well, if we're going to do anything, we need the following. But we're going to do everything that we want to do, that we can do within our mandates, and we're going to need finance to bridge viability gaps. We're going to need policy support in certain areas. There are conditions on what we can do unless we radically reform financial sector policy to almost force alignment, which hasn't happened anywhere to date. Right. So I do think there is something about that dialogue that's really important, and where that links to some of the things that we proposed around the new goal. And it may well be that this isn't set through the new goal because there's a big concern within the UNFCCC process around the risk of a goal that's focused on overall investment distracting from the need for support. I think we haven't seen in our dialogue with countries that being the case, and actually a lot of the countries that are pushing for an investment goal are pushing for it in addition to a support goal. And I don't think in practice it would create a distraction. I think in practice it would be a helpful synergy. It's just one can't be at the expense of the other. But what that could do is if you were to, either through the new goal or through, we have discussions next year in Belém on 2.1c, if you were to also track overall finance flows and track them by region and track them by sector and theme, and then also understand needs and understand where the finance flows map and don't map onto the needs, you can understand where you need to have a detailed conversation on why that's the case. And that can actually be a very helpful thing for raising climate ambition and mobilizing finance and increasing support, because there will be regions that are doing absolutely everything and the money still isn't flowing. And we need to create a loop of information and intelligence that can allow in real time countries to refine their support offer to sort of match that. So I think that's sort of, in a way, that also answers your question, because I think that will also expose where those reasons, sometimes that will be the policy regime isn't in place. Sometimes it will be the country is in immense fiscal difficulties and therefore is unable to provide the policy supports that you need in order to mobilize investments. And that then opens up a discussion on, okay, well, what can the international community do to support those issues? And it also links very much to the country platforms and national transition planning points that you were alluding to. I think some of the challenges, there are some of these things that are just difficult. Like we have a finite ability to absorb fossil into the atmosphere. But also it's very legitimate for those countries that haven't been able to use their natural resources to say, well, this isn't fair. We need an alternative growth path that provides equivalent, growth opportunity to our population. So we can only do that if we're having discourse at the national level that's also informed by international trends. And so I think we need to think about how we do that too. I don't have a straight solution on fiscal headroom and debt. I think that's probably at the moment, that feels like the hardest nut to crack in all of this. It's going to need something that goes beyond. I think as a former UK official, cards on the table, I think what the UK did on CRDCs was really, really good and did show that there is a will to adjust financing tools to account for climate impacts. But it's not a structural solution. It's a tool that is helpful in certain contexts, and we are going to get to a point where we're going to need to talk about these structural solutions. They're going to be very difficult. I think in the short to medium term, there are things that development finance can do. There are things around risk absorption, around the use of guarantees and things like that that can really help countries. There will be limits to that, and at some point we're going to need to have that structural conversation as a global community, but it's not going to be a quick one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
So before we turn to David, I am gonna, for a second, take off my moderator hat on behalf of Colombia, because Colombia was trying to make it, but she realized that it's 31 minutes away from the negotiating rooms. In order to contextualize a little bit and to bring it back to the public development bank ecosystem, seeing that we're at the IDFC pavilion and the co-chair of the IDFC, one of them is the West African Development Bank, but the other one is Bancoldex, which is one of 6 national development banks that Colombia has. Colombia, as everybody that has been involved in these negotiations know very well, is a very specific country due to its dependence on fossil fuel exports. It also is very vulnerable to climate change, which means, and actually our president, Petro, he couldn't make it to Baku. He canceled last minute because of extreme rainfall and flooding, similar to what happened in Valencia. So this shows the complexity of a country that is leading or trying to lead the transition away from fossil fuels, having signed the Non-Proliferation of Fossil Fuel Treaty Agreement. So Colombia has committed itself to not explore its reserves. At the same time, it has a huge dependence in its fiscal budget of fossil fuels. And at the same time, it needs to mobilize a lot of money to perform that transition. So with that background, Colombia has been also leading the charge in developing a national transition planning similar to the one of Brazil, the Plan for the Socio-Ecological Transition, which details and, let's say, sets the trajectory for both mitigation and resilience. Prioritizing the different economic, let's say, sectors that are key for the country. That is being done, and it's a pity that he just left, but we had here Javier Diaz, the president of Bancoldex, who is part of this group of national development banks that are supporting this effort, right? And collaborating with the IDB, collaborating with many, many other partners, NDCP, partners like Aviva, partners in the private sector, and so on. So I think with that background, I wanted to share that because I know that if Colombia is not only leading the charge in terms of like diplomatic proposals, being also a proponent and the lead, let's say, country behind the expert review of debt, nature, and climate that seeks to kind of understand what are those interlinkages, because we know that debt and financial mobilization are 2 sides of the same coin, right? So this is just to contextualize in terms of what this actually looks like. Complementing what you were saying, Rob, there's not one easy question, but especially to mobilize, we just need to bring it back to country priorities. And in that sense, IDFC, the National Development Bank's Financing Common are absolutely key, right? So how can we leverage the broader ecosystem? So this brings us again to David. David, you actually used to work at the IDB yourself too, so you've worn many hats over your very short life, because you're, of course, very young. How do you see the role of the MDBs in advancing the NCQG for climate finance, particularly for vulnerable countries? What key reforms or actions do you believe are necessary to ensure that these institutions effectively support both climate adaptation and mitigation in developing economies? And you were already talking about the MDB triple agenda. You were already talking about Paris alignment, but I just wanted to also go a little bit deeper. Also, maybe thinking about the SDR rechanneling, the cutting edge innovation that some of them are doing. Your former employer, the IDB, is doing, for example. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. I think what is important, I start maybe that we look at the NCQG and I mean more generally at 3 pillars, right? Because you mentioned mitigation, adaptation, and most developing countries, I think rightly so, also speak about loss and damage. So it's important, I think, to see where can what play which role. And we spoke a lot about the private sector, and we know there's a huge role in mitigation on private sector. Hopefully, eventually, we'll figure out how they can also play some role in adaptation. And I feel we can get there, but the public sector will play an important role. And then you mentioned just the heavy floods in Colombia. On loss and damage, we know that it will require lots and lots of public finance, actually, from fiscal money. So then taking that to the MDBs, where do they have a role? you referenced that more equity and guarantee instruments are necessary. I think there is a lot of innovation. You alluded to the IDB doing a lot of innovation, but that's the path that MDBs need to take on the mitigation side to be more innovative in using their whole toolkit. We have been actually not seeing enough on the equity and guarantee side. I completely agree. In innovation by the MDBs, and that will need to improve in order to make best use of the very limited concessional finance that is there to foster more private finance investments and accelerate the mitigation side. That takes me to the maybe interesting adaptation side, and there I definitely see a role for the MDBs. One, obviously, is that we could help already the situation if we can engage in very long-term, low interest rate loans, because there is obviously some kind of return on investment, at least for the country, because the adaptation investment will prevent the extreme costs that comes from the losses and damage. We know every dollar invested in adaptation saves at least $7 in loss and damage. So there is kind of a economic calculation that makes sense. We then know, you talked about debt, that debt is a big problem. We will need to target the bigger debt architecture question, but there are these minor instruments that can help, at least in the short term. Debt for climate swaps, debt pause clauses that the MDBs, some have started to use. There's more room, it can be applied more widely. So there's room to cover there. And because you asked about the SDRs, there's a very interesting mechanism that the IDB and AFDB have set up at the IMF to allow rechanneling of SDRs to these hybrid mechanisms, which then works practically as quasi capital. So it's not really capital, but it allows them to bring on more money from the capital markets, and that allows them to put out more financial resources, more lending, which is very much necessary, we know. Unfortunately, including my country, Germany, is not rechanneling any SDRs yet for multiple reasons that they put forward. Kudos there to Japan and the UK that are willing to lead on that agenda. Let me say one last point. If we don't resolve the debt architecture question, we will have just a gigantic need for grants. And we've heard multiple times there is limits to what grants can do, or like how much grants will be there. So we need to resolve the debt architecture. As long as we do not do that, instruments like IDA, like the Asian Development Fund, will need to be replenished, and we have a big replenishment this year for IDA, where we also need to have a look on these days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and I agree. I think the question of debt is a key one, and a lot of the MDBs are also, of course, creditors for different countries. I want to turn now back to Mubarak. David was just mentioning these instruments, debt swaps. They are, again, having a resurgence. A lot of MDBs and a lot of PDBs are looking at them as solutions. The Financing Common Lab with CPI is also looking at that. So I think the question for you is, how can the PDB ecosystem, the Public Development Bank ecosystem, in regions such as Africa help meet the NCQG by introducing this innovative financial mechanism, for example, debt for climate swaps, debt for nature swaps? In your experience, what are some effective ways that public development banks can navigate the balance between financial stability and climate positive investments, which is a little bit what David was alluding to? How do we navigate that tension?
No, thank you very much. I am one of those who think that the former Annex 2 countries need to stop pushing the Annex 1 countries, saying that they need to pay, they need to put money on the table, because unfortunately, the Annex 1 countries do not have that much liquidity to fund as they have initially promised. And asking for more resources now from those developed countries is just putting sand in the eyes, because unfortunately those funds will never come from that structure. And I totally agree with you in terms of how we need to look into the debt architecture again, because even the cost of debt alone is already something that they can use to even finance all those projects. And when you look at, we are looking with, we're still very in our innovative approach, looking at the debt swap for nature, or even debt swap for carbon, which is something that we're thinking about. Those instruments we are capable to use them to replace the concessional loans that today we are not able to mobilize. And we've been, since 2008, we've been talking about the lack of concessional resources and all that. But when I also look at the discussions that we're having here with the negotiations, I always ask, because I initially used to work very closely with the UNFCCC, I always ask them, where's the IMF and the World Bank? You are discussing on something, you are negotiating on something where you need money. And the people that regulate how you use money and how you mobilize money, they are not in the room discussing with you. So at the end of the day, it's a lure. Even though at the end of the day, they tell you that they are looking at the regulation, they are looking at the tests that you bring out, at the end of the day, they are not implicated. They're not really implicated. Because what they're doing is investing into projects without necessarily taking into consideration what you are talking about. And one of the things that one of the co-panelists spoke about earlier is we need to look at the quality of the resources that we mobilize as well. Because in our region, for example, many of the countries today are not really speaking friendly with the donors that pledge for clean money or qualify those quality money. So there are some countries around the table in the negotiations that are still funding fossil fuel. They're still funding charcoal. And they even push some of the least developed countries to go into those technologies, because at the end of the day, they want to sell those technologies to them. And we need to be frank and honest when we are doing this, we are having this conversation. We need to involve the World Bank and the IMF into this, because they are the policymakers, and at the end of the day, they are the ones that decide. So talking about the debt swap for nature, for example, it's a tangible solution, because not only many of the countries that you lend the money to are not able to pay the money, and they are asking for more money to invest into projects, in social projects, education, health, and all that. One of the interesting things here is that you can already target the proceeds where they will put the money. So you have a traceability of the resources that you put in them. So those type of instruments, the bonds, the carbon-related bonds, and so on and so forth, are some instruments that we need to start thinking about and that we need to start developing to make sure that not only we lend the money to people, but we can also trace the proceeds on which they put that money. And without being able to do that, we will not fight many of the issues that we are fighting to mobilize resources. There are many rooms, there are many pockets where we can put the money. And like I said, in our region, one of the key elements, one of the key stakeholders that can put money on the table is private sector. But then again, you need to develop instruments to attract them, to give them confidence to put money on the table, and to make sure that at the end of the day, it brings value. And implementation also goes with private sector, because when private sector has the money, the faster they take it out, the faster they get the return back. So it's very important that in the solutions that we're developing, we develop the solution targeted to implementation, but fast implementation. So that's what I wanted to say on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mubarak. I think looking at tangible solutions, I want to go back to Rob. And now we're entering a little bit of a more free-flowing conversation, given that our two country delegates couldn't join us in the end. Rob, the UK has deployed in collaboration with the African Development Bank the Room to Run deal, which is a synthetic securitization scheme, as you know, in order to guarantee a portion of the portfolio of the AFDB. It's been great. I think as a former UK civil servant who was involved in that discussion, and now in your new role, like looking at the broader ecosystem, do you think there's space to replicate that elsewhere? Or maybe this is also a question to David, no? Because you were talking about like the need for guarantees. Germany is deploying the Green Guarantee Group. So if you can share with us your thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I think Room to Run was also a good example of collaboration, not just with. So you have a relatively credit constrained, a constrained bank that can do with transferring some risk, a contributor country who is eager to expand the balance sheet of that bank to heighten its footprint, and potential solutions in the private sector, and those things come together to effectively free up capital. I think it doesn't necessarily solve some of the problems that David was talking about around, actually that's freeing up more capital to then reinvest, which will then still need more concessional capital in the long run if you don't do anything on the debt side. So these are things that can keep the system going and squeeze out more from it. But you do also need that sort of parallel, I think, structural solution. But notwithstanding, I think there is a lot that can be done. So there are, I think Room to One is a relatively replicable model to a certain scale, and I think there would be prospects of doing similar things in other regions with other lenders. It's effectively a risk transfer. And we talk about this sometimes, is actually the MDBs are a risk transfer instrument fundamentally. What they do is they take their shareholders' strong credit ratings and they use them to go to the capital markets. And a guarantee is just doing that with what Room to Run does is basically do that with the UK, right? And then bring in some private lenders. So it's doing in a microcosm what you can also do at a sort of bank level, and that will be really important, I think, for scaling the banks in future years, especially, and we have to wait and see where the US will come out. But if general capital increases become really difficult, we're going to need to both look at other multilateral development banks that don't necessarily have the same board structures, but also look at models like hybrid capital, which do the same thing. So that's taking small numbers of the shareholders that are able to inject capital that enable the banks to go and lend. So I think you have things you can do through things like Room to Run. You have things that you can do at the institutional level with the banks. The other thing that I think has often been talked about but never really doubled down on is whether MIGA, the World Bank sort of policy risk insurance arm, a lot of the problems that we're talking about here, the solution is providing policy risk insurance, which then gives the confidence to the private sector that they can go in because it removes policy risk. And policy risk is huge for climate change and will continue to be. And especially when you have limited fiscal space, it increases the risk, the perceived risk that countries are going to have to think twice about implementing some of their climate targets. You can remove that risk immediately if you provide policy risk insurance. So I do think there's something very much in that space as well. So there are a whole bundle of tools that mean we can make a lot of progress now that shouldn't be seen as a distraction from the core solution, but also shouldn't distract from the core solution. So there's a risk of them both being a distraction, but also being seen as being a distraction, therefore not happening. Mm-hmm. And we need to sort of try and navigate that somewhat. And I think that'll be really, really big for the reform agenda. Hopefully, we could do some of this through capital increases in a conventional sense, but we have to wait and see. I mean, we didn't think we would get an IBRD GCI under the last Trump administration, and we did. So I think the degree to which we'll need to use instruments like that will depend very much on the degree to which we can get consensus at the board. Because actually, if the banks are doing their jobs as well as they could be, a lot of these instruments should be the organic extension of a capital increase, because the more shareholder capital they've got, the more risk that they've got to play with, right? But if we can't get that, then things like that become more and more important.
Yeah. David, I want to add something to the question that I just raised. So Rob is talking about, of course, the role of MDBs, German platform, national priority. So to what extent do you think that Germany, for example, through this initiative of the Green Guarantee Group, which brings all these players together, can kind of combine with this effort from the National Development Bank space for the Financing Common Coalition? So how can we bring all of these stakeholders together to really make sure that that money that will be freed up with those resources will go to the national priorities of those countries?
Yeah, thank you. Allow me, Laura, to respond to one point that Mubarak did earlier, and then I get to your question. Because I think, Mubarak, you're absolutely right in terms of, where's the World Bank, where the IMF? For me, that's even more the IMF than the World Bank. I think the MDBs have learned over the past 2-3 years, but the IMF has been absent. But this is something that we should remind the countries here negotiating as well. You can and you should use the NCQG to send impulses, and then remind them that they are all shareholders of those institutions. And actually, if you look at the Pact for the Future from September, you have a lot of important signals. But we need to hold the countries accountable that they're not just in the UN process where they agree to these things, send the signals, but deliver on them as shareholders. So I just want to say that. On your question, Laura, the Green Guarantee Group, I think the ambition there is that there's an understanding that guarantees have been underused. The first step is to understand why. And then Rob just mentioned scalability. The idea is to create conditions for scalability that bring down costs. Because if you talk to people who use guarantees, they still say, well, individually they're quite costly in their preparation and creating them. But if you elevate the expertise, if you have a better understanding, better exchange, and you create scalability, you can bring down those costs. And the idea behind the Green Guarantee Group is to bring experts. We've seen a lot of expert groups now. You mentioned the one on debt, nature, and climate, a very important one as well. To really bring expertise from different players together to find the solutions. And I think with the CAF review, we've seen it can work, and let's hope that we repeat the same. And certainly, I mean, without going into too much detail, for me, the national development banks are an absolutely essential player in this exchange and that expertise and how guarantees can be used on a national level. And I think what we've seen a lot in the MDB reform debate is now we've advanced there. Now it's about working with the national development banks, working with the national development expertise, with their capital. And because you asked about vulnerable countries before, especially on adaptation, that's where there's room for this collaboration, because it's very localized after all. I hope that responded to your question.
Yes. And because I want to have like one little round where I would like all of you to kind of do a little wish list of what you want to see after these 2 weeks, if everything falls into place. But before that, I also already want to tell Nicola, who is the Secretary General of IDFC, if he can also share a little bit, because we've been talking about the credit rating agencies, guarantees, and the role of national development banks. This is a discussion, of course, of the reform, whether the CAF implementation can actually also be translated in the national development bank ecosystem. So I don't know, Nicola, if you want to say something about that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the unexpected question, Laura. First of all, thank you very much for the panelists. It's really great discussion, and I think it's important to bring together public development bank, but also the private sector as well as think tanks. And yeah, it's true that what we are missing is maybe the IMF and the World Bank. It was mainly emphasis, but I think it's critical to have them on board, and the importance of pushing the countries towards the negotiations, but also reminding them that they are shareholders of those groups makes a lot of importance. To come back on the objective of this panel, I wanted to emphasize the critical year we are facing, 2025. We had a great year, 2024, with the G20 presidency, the MDB reforms, thanks to them, advanced quite rapidly, to be honest. The CAF review has result at the moment, even if we need to do more. But 2024 will be critical. It will be critical, first of all, because there will be the release of the NDCs. This is the first step. And we have also, I believe, 3 important events that will need to deliver and make the link with the NCQG. The first one is obviously the financing common event. It will be organized together and for the first time with the G20 ministerial meeting, bringing together the ministries of finance and the central banks. And it will be organized same time, same venue. We will share the conference center with them. And it will be an important occasion institutions to make them talk together. And you asked the question about regulations, about credit rating agencies. I think it will be one of the moments we will be able to discuss this importance. For us, the public development banks, we are pushing quite strongly for being recognized as specific actors, and because we do finance, this is the objective of the public development banks. We are financing sectors, countries, projects where nobody wants to invest, and we are taking more risk than anyone, but we are also having better probability of default and better loss given defaults. If we got a bit technically into these discussions, for instance, we have the GEMS database that is showcasing that public development banks are less risky than what we are rated. So it's important to start the discussion and to bring data to being recognized as specific actors. So with this first event, the FIX and the G20, we will, I believe, try to set a bit of the framework that will be discussed during the second very important event of 2025. Is the Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla, organized by the United Nations. You know that it will be organized 10 years after Addis Abeba. Addis Abeba, everybody knows about it, the Addis Abeba agenda. And from what I believe and what I understand, the United Nations, they are really pushing hard for a new framework for development. I hope we will be able to deliver a new framework, and I hope that in this new framework we will recognize also the importance of the public development banks. We talked about the importance of the MDBs. I believe we need to shift a little bit from MDB reform to global public development bank reform, pushing for really working as a system with the MDBs, better financing the public development banks, and with a clear division of labor between those actors. We have 530 public development banks in the world. Of course, they are all united in the Financing Common Coalition. We need to empower them more. And last but not least, in 2025, we will have the Belém, the COP in Belém, finalizing the three COPs, the three important COPs starting in Dubai. And I do believe that the Brazilian presidency of COPs, they really want to land with concrete figures. I don't know if it's this COP, and I know that we have two former negotiators. I don't know what they think about it. But I don't know if we will arrive to an agreement for the NCQG. But what I do believe is that in Belém we need to have concrete figures. The world is looking at us, and it's really important to arrive to an agreement. And also emphasizes the role of the public development banks. I wanted to showcase the paper we did publish within IDFC on the NCQG dialogue. While the negotiations are quite complicated on the NCQG, with IDFC, 27 public development banks from the north and from the south, we did arrive to an agreement on what should be the result of the NCQG. And I'm sure that everybody knows this important paper, but if not, go on our website and read it. We did arrive to an agreement. So I think it's of course complicated, but following the lead of the public development banks, there is a way to agree on this important question. We are pushing for a more quantitative, of course, approach, but also, and maybe most importantly, for a more qualitative approach of what is climate finance, trying to avoid greenwashing, and maybe trying to also answer the question asked by your Dr. Mubarak, are we delivering? Yes, we need to deliver, and we need to be able to showcase that we are able to deliver. And in this paper, we are providing solutions for accountability and better measurement of impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicola, and I'm really grateful for all your flexibility because I know I've been very fluid in my moderation. To wrap up this panel, I would like to give you 3 to max 4 minutes. I mean, as with all the incredible background and wealth of knowledge that all of you have, if you could wish for something specific by the end of this week, what is it that you want to see out of the, well, you know, the COP? And maybe we're not going to make it so complicated. After COP29 wraps up, whenever that happens, hopefully before Christmas, what would you like to see, and especially in relationship with the topic that we've discussed, NCQG and IFA? So, Rob, let's start up. No, let's.
I have the mic.
Yeah.
I have the mic, and since Rob started, he started the first by opening,
True,
so he can close. So,
yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much. There are 3 things I wanted to highlight, and the first is actually looking at, because we are on IDFC's pavilion, is to talk a bit about the IDFC climate facility, and I believe it's a very good instrument. It's actually a very important instrument that we can better use. And I spoke with Komlovi, who is in BOAD, sits in IDFC for BOAD, and one of the things that I told him is that because IDFC is a group of banks, and all those banks are at different levels of development, of improvement, and all that, we need to have a better shared experience from each of our institutions. What IFD has done better in developing a project, we BOAD don't necessarily have that knowledge and that skill. Maybe we can share that, and so on and so forth. There are some topics on which BOAD has forefront, and we can also share that back and forth with IFD. So I think there need to be that experience sharing more on those topics. And the second point I wanted to mention is we heard a lot about innovation. We talked a lot about innovation, but let's not use innovation on the wrong way, because let's not develop new instruments, new tools, and not serve the private sector, especially because those are the ones that need that innovation. So we need to have a clear conversation and figure out their needs while developing those innovative instruments and innovative tools. And we need to make sure that's something that we put upfront when developing. So the third point is actually in our region we are faced with, and I'm sure because Nicolas talked about the rating agencies as well. It's important because you are a group of financial institutions, very strong, powerful financial institution. It's also very important to sit, because when our rating is affected, we are not able to mobilize more. And when we are not mobilizing more, we are not implementing more projects on the ground, and that degrades even more our rates. So we need to have that conversation, clear conversation with the rating agencies, when, especially with the convening power that IDFC has. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this COP more than ever has to show how strong the Paris Agreement is going. And for that to happen, we need a strong NCQG. So I will focus my 3 points that you gave me on like what the NCQG has, for me, has to deliver. First one, structure. We need a strong core, because I said that before, we have 3 pillars and we need strong public finance for those 3 pillars. But in my personal view, the NCQG is stronger if we also have an outer layer that looks at all financial flows to developing countries. We need to have a better understanding of those flows, of the private flows. We want, and if we get a better understanding, that can help that more private finance also flows, and we need those investments. Second element is, I just said that, is that for me at this point, we cannot say anymore that climate finance is only about mitigation and adaptation. But we have to recognize that there is loss and damage. And we talked a lot about debt, and we faced the connection between debt and loss and damage, and we cannot leave the loss and damage part aside from the NCQG. And then the third part, and that links most strongly to our conversation here, we should use the NCQG to send strong signals for the other IFA reform elements. We talked about the MDB. We said the IMF needs to become more focused. I wish that the debt element was also present. We know how difficult that is, but it would actually be a strong signal. And fourth, we need new public resources that we can use for grants. And for that, we need levies and taxation. And we have the debates globally at the G20, at the IMO. So to send signals for progress there, for me, this is absolutely instrumental that we can reach the numbers that we need, that we have that as a strong third element in the NCQG.
Thank you. So first, I want to agree with David about the importance of thinking about all flows. And I know the OECD's put a paper out recently that starts to try and think about some of that. I think there's much more work to do, because if we don't think about all flows, we don't know what the scale of the problem we're trying to fix is. So I think that's really important. In terms of the things looking for from this COP, particularly on the NCQG. So one thing is, in contrast to the 100 billion, is situating the NCQG within the global system and the global context. So it means more than just being a public finance goal. I think that's really, really important. So we need an ambitious NCQG that speaks to NDCs, that lays a pathway for the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue next year and thinking about 21C and all flows. And that's why the policy outer layer is so important, because we then start to think about how that wider system, as opposed to just the UNFCCC bubble, begins to work towards solving this problem. In that context, and thinking about the IFA reform can help make the use of the scarce resources we've got more effective, make sure that there aren't disincentives to mobilization. And then we need something that emphasizes implementation, because we hope for a bold political agreement, but it's only as good as its implementation. And that also goes to the point about we need stocktake implementation, which changes the economics. And we also need transparency. So transparency not just of the flows and better definitions of what climate finance is and better counting, transparency of that outer policy layer. Because that transparency is what is then going to shift the minds of those in the private sector. And that's when the finance is going to flow. But we also need transparency from the private sector. We need a better dialogue about, if you're going to say, no, I can't invest in that project, explain why. Explain what turns a no into a yes. And give examples of, well, we were able to do this one because these conditions were present, and we didn't do this one because they weren't. That dialogue, that transparency on both sides will build trust, and it will also get the system working more effectively.
Thanks. I might just do two. Sorry, but one's quite big. So I think for the new goal, it builds off what others have said. But one thing in particular that I think is important is that it sets the tone and expectation and basis for progressive improvement in the mobilization of finance over time. Because I don't think we're going to get the level of public finance that we were hoping for a few years ago. But that is in part because some of the things that need to happen in order to get that level of finance are happening in other processes to different time frames. So how do we, rather than do a one and done goal, and this is a slight nuance on the outer layer point, it's how do we actually say, here's what we can do now, we recognize we need to do more, and what's the pathway for doing it? And I think that's the real challenge for the NCQG this COP, for the design of the goal. And so I think that will be really important. It includes things like guarantees, like how do we account for them? Let's not just say a number and then say it includes the following things. Let's figure out how do those things mobilize finance, and how can we incorporate them so that we can fill the gap, not necessarily between the inner and the outer layer, but between what current provision can get us to and what future tools can add on top of that in terms of support as well as overall finance. And then my second thing, and this is a slight loophole because you said over the next 2 weeks, not at COP, is for the G20 to firstly send positive signals in general on climate, which we know is going to be really important, that leaders, show that this is an important issue for them. But I think some sort of forward pathway for finance and climate ministries to continue to speak to each other, whether it's under the auspices of the TF Klima or whether it is something different, but that there is confidence coming out of Rio that the South African presidency will create a space for that conversation to continue in a coherent way will be more important next year than ever. Actually, I will have a third. Let's also say strong overall signals on ambition and at least a few countries coming forward with good NDCs. If that's coupled with climate finance commitments, great. But it's very possible that countries wait until the goal is set so that they can calibrate their support, which we have seen in the past, and we've definitely done that when I've had official roles before. And we'll also just acknowledge the Article 6 progress that's already been made that's eluded presidencies for a long time. E3G is specialised in Article 6, but just to acknowledge that there has been progress, and that is a bit of the puzzle that now is at least partially solved, even if, like all things, it needs iterative improvement, but it is progress of sorts. Thanks.
I love the optimism. I'm going to give the word now back to Nicola. Nicola, what do you want to see after these 2 weeks?
I don't know what I'm going to see. I want to see, but no, maybe 3 points because you asked 3 points to the panelists. My 3 points will be PDBs, PDBs, and PDBs. And it's important to come back to what Rob rightly said at the beginning of the session. You talked about scale and the need for more money. I think we should use the public development banks and maybe more the multilateral development banks, and not only in terms of capital increase, but also in terms of innovative instruments. We talked about the use of the SDRs and hybrid capital. I think they are key in this regard. Your second point was on delivery. Of course, public development banks, and this time more the national development banks, should be at the center of this delivery. We know how to channel the flows, and we know how to originate projects that make us deliver more climate finance. And you talked about also the institutions, and it's super important to recognize the importance of the World Bank. You know, President Banga, he said during the annual meetings that he wants to transform the World Bank from a lending bank to a leveraging bank. And you talked about also the use of MIGA. We need to better use the World Bank as the bank of all the public development banks. And I think with those 3 points, we will be able to deliver something on the NCQG, and I leave the result of the negotiations to the countries, but I firmly believe that with the PDBs, we are part of the solution.
I'm definitely not going to try and sum up everything that has been said, but I think what I take away from this panel is a lot of positivism and a lot of willingness to work. So what I want at the end of these 2 weeks is a good enough result that will allow us to all go to our houses and then continue the fight next year, because as you were saying, Tom, it's really about like the implementation, right? So getting the signals, but then jumping into implementation. So with that, thank you so much to IDFC facility and to IDFC group, and as well to our co-organizers, I4CE, that cannot be here on the ground, but Claire Echalier and Sarah Bendahu are there online with us. And thank you for our panelists, to our audience, and yeah, keep. Perfect.
Now you hear me there.
Yeah. Can you hear me? You hear me well? Great. Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are finishing this day by talking about a really important topic, which is the Paris alignment commitments, especially from PDBs, as we are on the IDFC pavilion. It's even more important in this year because we are, as you all know, in a year of climate finance. And we have been hearing and talking about different layers and different sources of climate finance. Because we know that in a lot of regions, because of the budgetary constraints, it's going to be hard to have the high volume as it is expected from a lot of our partners. So if we want to reach the trillions, don't know if we're going to reach it, there is also the need to work on alignment on the Article 2.1c. Which is the alignment of the financial flows with Paris Agreement objectives. And to respond to this Paris Agreement requirement, we have seen stakeholders taking different perspectives, different approaches, practitioners doing it differently, complementary, taking into consideration their own specificity, so the approaches could be tailor-made. And also the literature is constantly evolving on the matter, improving itself on the best way to be aligned with Paris agreements, depending on which kind of stakeholders. Are we talking about financial institutions? Are we talking about corporate or other actors? So today we will hear what is the journey for each stakeholders, how to better reach results that we are all looking forward to have, and especially when we are talking also about the reform of the financial architecture, how can we see it from the perspective of PDBs? How can they work collectively from MDBs to NDBs? And how PDBs can have a leverage effect also on external stakeholders, not only on the financial institutions, to look for whole of economy transformations. We are looking forward today to hearing first from think tank to hear what is the latest from the literature on the matter, how to reach the best impact in terms of alignment. And then we would hear and we would learn from practitioners on where the journey to fulfill Paris Agreement commitments brings them internally and externally with their own clients. And we have the honor today of having valuable representatives from think tanks, but also from public development banks with Bank Holdex, AFD, BNDES, and Inter-American Development Bank. So without further ado, we'll start with the people organizing the side event, and the only person online with Claire Escalier from I4C that you all know, who will tell us a bit from one of the think tank perspective on the high ambition for alignment of PDBs. Claire, I'll give you the floor, and you tell me for the slides next, and I will listen to you for that.
Thank you very much, Etika. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Great. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very sorry that we weren't able to travel to COP this year, but our hearts are with you, and hopefully, and I'm sure the discussions will be very fruitful. Yeah, you can probably skip straight to the second slide, Etika, of the presentation, because the first one is just, I believe, yeah, so you can flip to the next one directly, if that's okay. And yeah, as you were saying, Etika, so I'm happy to have some time today to present. In fact, it's a joint position paper that we published earlier this year together with E3G. So Laura, who's in the room, German Watch, and I see Anya, who's also in the room, ourselves, and New Climate Institute. And yeah, what we tried to do, and the reason why we decided to produce this position paper earlier this year, was that we realized that there was a lot of literature available defining the concept and trying to clarify some of the technicalities related to Paris Agreement, but we felt that there was a need to summarize maybe some of the main characteristics of what ambitious Paris alignment should mean, especially for public development banks. And we tried to summarize this in quite a short, as short as possible at least, paper, and as simply as possible. Because we all know, and I'm sure you'll agree, that public development banks are at the heart of the matter when it comes to Paris alignment, that it should be systemic in nature. It requires cooperation of different public development banks among themselves, but also with other organizations, and it also requires organization-wide transformation. I'm sorry, I hear there's some noise in the background. I don't know if it's
But
I can try to work with it. Okay, I'll try
I think
to
everyone can hear you properly. We're good.
All right, thank you. I'll do my best. Thanks. So yeah, the objective of this paper was to try to build on some recent literature and expert experience on Paris alignment. We tried to make it short and accessible, to summarize the key aspects of Paris alignment, to promote best practices and try to keep it as ambitious as possible, but at the same time also taking into account the differences and the different advancement stages of PDBs in terms of Paris alignment. And so, yeah, if you want to access this document, there's a QR code here, and I'm sure you'll be able to find it on our website also. So, Atkan, next slide, please. Thanks. So, yeah, in fact, I'm going to try to answer some of the considerations, Attika, that you mentioned in your introductory remarks. Thank you very much for those. So, yeah, the paper tries to address some of the questions that you were raising, and as I'm sure you'll agree, public development banks are at the center of this Paris alignment discussions, because they are first in line to support their main shareholders, namely the governments, in achieving climate adaptation and mitigation commitments. Alignment with Paris Agreement implies supporting the broader transformation of national systems towards low emission and climate resilient economies. So it means for public development banks that it's not only about reducing their immediate emissions from operations, but also more broadly about funding activities that contribute to positive and longer term transformation in a sector, in a value chain, and more broadly in the economy. So by saying that, public development banks are expected to play both a role in supporting the transition of certain sectors and business models that are highly polluting, for instance, through transition finance, but also to fund projects that have a positive impact on the resilience and on the mitigation of the economy. So it's a dynamic process that requires systemic change and needs to be mainstreamed through the organizations. And so in the first part of this document, what we try to do is to look at some of the key considerations for ambitious Paris alignment. So we summarize these considerations in these 5 main buckets that you see on the slide. So strategy, procedures and methodologies, capacity and transparency. These are the key areas in which public development banks should consider mainstreaming Paris alignments in their organizations. So when you're talking about strategy, these are a few examples, but you'll take into account, for instance, the vision of the public development bank, which needs to translate into high-level vision that's supported by the management and that links to public development bank's role in addressing and supporting their country through continuous and systematic alignment with Paris Agreement objectives. It's also about having the mandate and the financial means for ambitious Paris alignment, embedding it into at different levels of the governance of the Public Development Bank and ensuring that there's sufficient funding for Paris alignment to be effectively implemented and supported at local and national level. It's also ambitious Paris alignment also implies embedding and mainstreaming, being mainstreamed in the different levels of the climate strategy and its implementation plans. These need to be regularly developed and updated, and they need to be also very clearly defined through transparent targets, milestones, indicators, which should form kind of a roadmap for Paris alignment, which the operational teams, but also the higher level management can follow to ensure it's properly implementing its Paris alignment objectives. And it also means mainstreaming climate considerations in the Public Development Bank strategy, country and sectoral strategies in line with the country's individual pathways. When it comes to methodologies, we try to identify some of the key, the minimum criteria then, let's say, for Paris alignment. We proposed to adopting a precautionary approach, basically assuming non-alignment whenever an investment can't be clearly categorized as aligned or not aligned, and trying to limit also the use of university-aligned lists to very specific and clearly defined cases. Similarly, trying to stipulate clear exclusions of non-aligned projects in line with science, for instance, for fossil fuel and energy sources. We also support robust quantitative and qualitative processes, trying to incorporate climate considerations from the very earliest stages of project identification up to programming cycle and then final evaluation. These institutional processes should be regularly revised, and appropriate involvement of the climate staff is also very important. We also emphasize the fact that it's very important for Paris alignment to be ambitious, that the context specificities are properly taken into account, with climate assessment thresholds, baselines and benchmarks that are tailored and made fit for purpose for the institutional, sectoral and local context, trying to systematically opt for the most climate-friendly alternative. And also we support the fact when there are gaps that are identified, a public development bank should really try to feed this gap back into the country dialogue, and this should feed into the public development bank's internal strategies. And last but not least, in terms of procedures and methodologies, we also emphasize the fact that there needs to be some identified synergies between Paris alignment and climate finance, using strategy, country programming and project level screening for Paris alignment. In terms of capacity, I mean, we acknowledge the fact that it's not easy for some public development banks, especially the ones in the least developed countries, to take these engagements and more so even to implement them. And we do acknowledge the fact that capacity is a really, really important topic there, and specialized expertise needs to be developed at the different levels of the organization, and it needs to be implemented at the different levels of the strategy, the diagnostics, the procedures, and sufficient resources need to be dedicated to developing this capacity at all levels, from the leadership down to the project officers. And also there also needs to be capacity developed in discussing with clients and ensuring that climate is dealt with as a cross-cutting issue. To emphasize this, we suggest that public development banks include these the climate considerations in internal responsibilities and in the incentives in terms of, for instance, financial incentives for its staff, reflecting the responsibilities across climate governance frameworks through, for instance, key performance indicators or job descriptions that take this into account. And last but not least, in terms of transparency, we support the fact that public development banks clarify and publish the underlying expectations related to Paris alignment, the different assumptions, the benchmarks that they use, and that they disclose Paris alignment assessments of projects and climate impact related data. And I know some of my colleagues will be sharing some insights on this in a minute. And then maybe to the last slide, in the second part of the publication, we emphasize the importance of stakeholder engagement and the public development banks supporting the different counterparts that they interact with on Paris alignment. So these different stakeholders include shareholders, financial intermediaries and corporates, sovereign clients, cooperation among themselves, and civil society. So just to give you maybe a couple of examples, because I know we don't have that much time, but for instance, with the shareholders, public development banks really can and must establish a close dialogue with their shareholders to demonstrate kind of the business case of Paris alignment and support the role of the governments and the national governments in supporting them with these Paris alignment objectives, and also justifying and supporting the cost of inaction, or trying to showcase the importance of this through demonstrating the cost of inaction and the role of and supporting the role of transition finance as well. This would also allow the discussions with shareholders, would also obviously allow public development banks to support and to secure dedicated financing to ensure Paris alignment is mainstreamed through their organization at every level of the public development bank's activities, and also ensure a certain level of concessionality, which we know can very often be needed as well. With its financial intermediaries and with its corporates, we would expect public development banks to foster best practice with the counterparts, the financial counterparts that they work with. For instance, in translating countries' low emission and climate resilient pathways into corporate transition plans. We also encourage them to provide standardized and clearer harmonized directions. So by collaborating together to support the alignment of their different counterparts and foster comparability and clarity, and also reduce the transaction cost of their counterparts. We support the fact that they actively that they also adopt precautionary approaches, opting for counterparties alignment with Paris Agreement whenever transparency about the use of proceeds is not possible. So increasingly, this means increasingly moving towards the need of counterparty alignment at all intermediated finance, and adjusting and making the requirements as clear as possible and as tailored as possible to the counterparts that they are working with. Then in terms of sovereign clients, we would support that those funding and technical assistance provided for NDC updates and the development and the operationalization of these NDCs and LTSs through, for instance, financing plans. And we think that public development banks are well placed to support this. They are also very well placed to support climate policy and subsidy reforms, including informing national definitions of Paris alignment, and on whether it be non-aligned or aligned activities, and redirecting inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, for instance. And more broadly, public development banks are very well placed to support the development of enabling environments and national pipelines of projects, which we also know is a very key topic for supporting Paris alignment. And then just to conclude on cooperation among PDBs, and we had a very interesting discussion this morning on this, but cooperation among PDBs is essential when it comes to Paris alignment. And so we encourage them to engage in an active and transparent manner across different groups of PDBs. So IDFC is one of them. There's also the FIX, there's a group of MDBs that can exchange bilaterally and work together on different approaches, as they are already doing on different approaches for Paris alignment, and then more broadly trying to extend this with their counterparts. In terms of cooperation, it's also important to deliver financial and technical support together, strengthening the complementarity in practice, again, and ensuring resources are used as effectively as possible, and improving the harmonized processes for Paris alignment, for instance, when it comes to the screening and the reporting among international PDBs, including the joint reporting on aligned and non-aligned practice. So country platforms are seen as one of the ways to get to this, but more generally, cooperation is very important, as it fosters transparent, consistent, and comparable information on these different strategies and programmatic approaches. And yeah, just to conclude, maybe the PDBs are also at the center of the discussions with civil society, with especially national public development banks, and they can support the maintaining of a continuous dialogue on methodologies, climate needs, potential measures to address risk, and also get the feedback from the civil society on what's working and where the bottlenecks are, and what the expectations of the civil society can be. And I think I'll stop there. I hope I haven't gone over time too much, and I'll let my colleagues Laura and Anya complete this.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for setting the stage on the foundation of what being aligned with Paris Agreement means, especially with this focus on PDBs. Again, we are on the IDFC pavilion, so I think it's a perspective that is core and dear to us, and it's a necessary reminder when we are talking about also the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue that will conclude normally next year at the COP30 in Brazil. There we are waiting for conclusions, and there are interlinkages also with, obviously, as I said in my introductory remarks, with topics of the discussion on this COP. So thank you for setting the stage. And I'll give the floor now to Laura, that everyone knows. I don't really need to introduce. Laura from E3G, who will tell us more about the latest updates on PDB's Paris alignments. And we are looking forward to hear from you. Do you prefer to do the slides yourself, or should I do it?
I cannot see, so if you could do it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, Atika. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Laura Sabogal, and I work for E3G, specifically looking, amongst other topics, I focus on the Paris alignment process of public development banks across the world, looking at MDBs, bilaterals, regional, and here I have Atika and Graham, who have been, I hope, victims, but also have benefited a little bit of some of our recommendations. So very briefly, I'm going to talk to you, as Atika was mentioning, what, let's say, insights we've collected over the last 7 years when we have been doing this research. So to start, I think next slide. E3G, of you who don't yet know us, we're a climate change independent think tank, and we work across the span on all things related to climate change. I work specifically in our Department on Public Banks and Development Finance, and essentially how we do this is by working with like-minded partners across the board, so that's policymakers, other think tanks, banks, and academia. To form those coalitions that will enable us to transition to a climate-safe world. So with that, I'm going to start with a little stock take about where we are in the pathway to Paris alignment since the Paris Agreement was signed. I think it's not working. Okay, now I think it's working. So yeah, I think the good news is that Paris alignment is under PDB ecosystem. Across the PDB ecosystem. And we've seen some very significant, let's say, progress. So I just want to, take stock of where we're at to give you some examples. We've seen the World Bank Evolution Roadmap process, which is definitely not yet completed, but started about 2 years ago because shareholders essentially asked the bank to be fit for purpose for the crisis that we've been living, the poly crisis as we call it. And this has already produced real-world reforms in a relatively short time. We are, of course, in the 80th anniversary of the Bretton Woods institutions. We don't need to talk about the state the world finds itself, and that's why it's important that the World Bank, as well as the other MDBs and the broader ecosystem, evolves. This has already resulted in a new mission of the bank, including the concept of global public goods, namely under the title of A Livable Planet. No? So eradicating poverty and their livable planet. There's also now a corporate scorecard, which also kind of operationalizes that. So how do we actually keep track and make sure that the reforms that are necessary are being completed? Then we, of course, have the IDB's Paris alignment implementation approach, which goes one step beyond what the joint MDB group has collectively agreed. And here I want to highlight a concept which I think is absolutely brilliant, and that is climate transition gaps that I'm sure maybe Graham can tell us a little bit more about, and that relates to the fact that the IDB, of course, when it gets a request from a client country, will assess if it's possible to deploy any other clean technology or cleaner, let's say, option. And if not, it will perform an analysis of what are the barriers that are hindering, so that can inform the country dialogue and the strategy that the bank is deploying, so that we can progressively transition and make sure that the conditions are there for future transactions. We also know that the AFDB continues to lead the charge on all things related to adaptation finance. The AFDB is one of the two MDBs that has reached parity between adaptation and mitigation allocations, and they're doing this through very innovative mechanisms such as the adaptation benefits mechanism. And we have, of course, the development finance institutions, because this is not only about the MDBs. We're here at the IDFC pavilion. It's incredibly important to highlight that the transition will require all of the PDBs working together. And here we want to highlight that AFD has now successfully gone 3 years without any fossil fuel lending. I think by now it's almost 4 years, Atika. And the same applies to European Investment Bank that has already been, I think, 2 to 3 years. I think on another very positive note, the PDVs are showing evidence of working together as a system. We have seen, for example, this between the coordination of the joint MDV Paris alignment methodology and the IDFC Paris alignment approach, which has driven the harmonization of standards across the system. We need to speak the same language so that that can reduce transaction costs. We also have, of course, the incredible initiatives such as Finance in Common, which offers a platform for enhanced coordination and ecosystem effectiveness, bringing together over 500 public development banks. The next one will happen in South Africa on the sideline of the G20, and we have seen under the Brazilian presidency that the PDVs and the national development banks are now firmly engraved in the system. And then finally, of course, we saw last year the launch of the PDV country platform approach, and of course already some real action. Graham was just sharing that the note of the country platforms that the MDVs have drafted has already been released, I think, a few minutes ago. And there is real life work happening, no? Like with the IDV in Colombia, Brazil now with BNDES and other MDVs, and of course the ones that had already been launched, such as Egypt, North Macedonia, and Bangladesh. That is on the positive note. Of course, there's always some room for improvement, and so we are not yet at the finish line. I'm not going to talk about country platforms anymore because I feel that anybody that knows me knows that that's basically all I talk about. But there's definitely some momentum, and I think the time is ripe for action. It's a matter of understanding how we can all derive certain features from the new next generation country platforms that are emerging, such as Colombia and Brazil. I think something that I want to highlight from those two examples is that in the case of Brazil, BNDES, the National Development Bank of Brazil, which is quite big, is at the center, and it's part of the Secretariat. And in the case of Colombia, there's, of course, El Grupo Bicentenario, and here we have Javier Diaz. It's a conglomerate of more than 6 banks, I think 2 insurance companies, all supporting the effort of materializing what is the vision of Colombia for the transition. I think Claire did a fantastic job setting the scene on the high ambition, but of course, just to once again reiterate that this needs to be facilitated by the wider PDV ecosystem. Paris alignment requires those first movers, such as the MDVs, to support smaller banks that are going through this process, through their know-how, through their experiences, through technical assistance, so that the national development banks can more fully support this agenda. And of course, there are elements of the existing Paris alignment approaches that can still be strengthened, and that means that this is a continuous process. It's not linear. Yes, the joint MDV group has released this methodology. Some MDVs have gone one step beyond that, IDFC, but we need to keep continuing and iterating, and we cannot just simply say, okay, this is it, right? And this, of course, relates to the fact that data is still scarce. This needs to be a nationally driven transition, and that, of course, means that the PDVs need to support that. So we need to see how we can optimize those resource allocation. I'm going to give you a very brief introduction about where am I getting all of this information. I don't know which slide. Yes, so this comes from a tool that E3G developed approximately 7 years ago. It's called the E3G Public Bank Climate Tracker Matrix. This happened before the joint MDV group, before IDFC and the European Development Finance Institution group had released their understanding of the building blocks. So E3G did a little bit of frontier thinking about what it meant to be Paris aligned for a bank, which I think now, thankfully, we have a little bit more of an understanding. The goal of the matrix is to be an analytical tool tracking what banks are doing or are not in terms of mainstreaming climate. And so we look at the bank's operational framework in order to provide some certain recommendations. This is an independent process. We do it in collaboration with the banks, and the idea is to support them to the extent that it's possible. And now that we have approximately 7 years of data, we use that to harness lessons learned and success factors that we can share with other banks that are embarking in this process. And it really, I think the interpretation is what are the institutional reforms that are needed so that banks, public development banks, can become the climate champions that they're being called to be. So I think next slide, please. Here you can see a little screenshot. I'm not going to bore you with it, but essentially there you can see the MDVs that we have assessed. We actually recently concluded the update of the IDV, which we will be releasing soon. And we are doing the same for basically all of the MDVs. So hopefully by the end of this year, you will see how the MDVs have progressed since our last update. It looks at 15 metrics. Every metric has 4 categories. So a bank can namely be unaligned, be some progress, be Paris aligned, and can be transformational. And we also have another matrix for bilateral banks, where AFD is one of the banks that we have assessed. I wanted to give you some examples, but I think I'm going to keep this very, very brief. I think there are 3 things from these 7 years of data that we have collected that we think is very important. I think the first one is setting ambitious decarbonization targets, but targets that are context dependent and context aware, right? I think that's really, really important. There are banks, for example, the European Investment Bank, that operates in the context of Europe. Of course, there's EIB Global, but like the majority of the operation happens in the European continent. Of course, Europe has a very strong policy framework, right? It has the EU Green New Deal, it has the European Union behind it. So, of course, let's say that the bar is higher in terms of like the expectations about how fast this process needs to go. Other development banks and other MDVs are operating in contexts such as Africa, such as Latin America and Caribbean, like the IDB. So this is extremely important, but nonetheless, it is key to kind of have an idea of where the bank is going, and that requires also setting intermediate targets. So it's not about saying tomorrow you have to like decarbonize your portfolio. It's about saying, okay, what is your transition to actually make that happen, and how you can do that in a way that's just and fair. It's also important that we focus on additionality. PDVs need to essentially leverage their added values, right? So we know that NDVs are great for project origination. They have the trust of the government. They have the trust of the private sector in the country. MDVs can bring all their financial firepower as well as all of the knowledge that they have from other countries. And then, of course, setting clear standards. Standards should be used to streamline climate considerations across operations. It's really important, and I think the IDB has done this. There needs to be a commitment to be going beyond doing no harm to not only doing no harm, but doing good beyond doing no harm, because the transition will require investments. It's not only about decarbonizing, it's about financing, let's say, those clean technologies. Then, once you set that direction and that strategic vision that will be context dependent, it's key to have targets that work and that are appropriate emission pathways and standards. And here I think it's super important to talk about country strategies. So all of this process will always remain a country-led effort, and the PDB ecosystem will support it. In the case of the national development banks, this is again another point to explain why they're so important, as their mandate is to materialize that vision, and they know and they are working, of course, and they're under the government. So here some examples. For example, the IDB Deep Decarbonization Pathway in the Latin America and Caribbean program supports countries in their 2050 planning targets, and again, country platforms. Then sectoral strategies, because, okay, once you have this very big, large vision economy-wise, you need to break that into sectors, right? What does it mean for the energy sector in the country? What does it mean for the transport sector? And develop and flesh out that strategy accordingly. So another example here, we have the energy sector policy should favor energy efficiency and a transition focus to phase out fossil financing. And an example here of a good practice is the EIB's energy lending policy that has embedded an energy-first principle and enacted the phase-out of fossil fuel financing. Same, for example, with the transport policy, should recognize the avoid, shift, and improve guiding principle, right? So to kind of use that as a guiding North Star when financing transport operations. And then I think the second part of making this target work really relates to incentivizing transition projects. So really, we often hear that PDVs are demand-driven, and this is true, but PDVs also have a great power at their disposal. They have different tools in their toolkit that they can deploy to help countries create, let's say, that demand that will be cleaner and that will enable a transition. And here, for example, we have the role that different economic appraisal procedures and financial procedures can do and can have in terms of giving that information that will create those incentives. So we have, for example, climate risk assessments. And here, CABE is a very good example, because CABE the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, an IDFC member, not only screens for physical risks, but also transition risks. So that makes it more clear and more tangible what is the cost for the bank to not engage in a cleaner pathway. And then finally, there's, of course, shadow carbon pricing, that it's not to be used as a deterministic kind of data point, but can help guide those decisions. So how can the banks, through their tools, make clear what is the real cost that sometimes is unaccounted for? And then the last two things are here on the technical assistance. So the role, technical assistance cannot be understated because, again, this is a matter of capacity, of know-how. How can we make sure that this collaboration and these first movers, for example, AFD, can support that process if the national development banks with other bilaterals and so on, and the role of policy-based lending, because if we are going to talk about a transition, the framework of the country needs to be ready. We cannot have a bank cannot set up a strategy to finance electric vehicles if there's not the infrastructure, right? And to have the infrastructure, that will require policy reforms and rethinking that. So that's very much at the upstream level and how the country will do that, and what can the MDBs and the PDBs do to support that process. I think I'm going to leave it at that. I think there's a couple of other things, but I think perhaps jumping to the very last slide, which is on recommendations. It's really, really important that PDBs dedicate sufficient resources to mainstreaming Paris alignment at all levels. That means from leadership to project officers and clients. We need to walk the talk at all levels. This, again, should be based on this interinstitutional cooperation led by the MDBs, and President Golfan from the IDB has done a fantastic job chairing the MDB heads. And here we also have, of course, once again, Javier and BOAD at IDFC. So how can this high-level leadership really help the interinstitutional coordination? It's super important to support decarbonization, and that will require climate strategies and implementation plans. So targets, interim targets, monitoring system, and indicators. And finally, ambitious targets should be complemented by a robust internal framework of standards and sectoral planning based on local context. Internal processes and tools should also be an enabler of decarbonization efforts and prevent carbon lock-in. And then finally, I think the last point is that PDBs should prioritize offering technical assistance and policy-based lending when supporting countries in translating their NDCs into investment plans. And this is super important as we walk into 2025 and we have the NDC 3.0 round of updates. So I will leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. After I4C setting the foundation, it was a good benchmark of the good practices of how we can, each of us, improve, because we see that if we compare all the PDBs that you have been describing, there are comparative advantages from some doing more on some aspects. And we can say African Development Bank on adaptation, for instance, AFD on not funding fossil fuel, but I mean, I might not be objective by making reference to AFD. Now, after these practical recommendations that you have elaborated on the basis of the benchmark of the best practices, we'll give the floor to Anja Gebel from German Watch with a specific focus on MDBs that have been leading the discussions for a long time on the PDBs practices for Paris alignment. So to you, Anja. Do you need a remote yourself or? Okay.
I can do it.
And just here.
The green one or this
No,
one?
no, the arrows.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, and also thanks a lot for having me here at the IDFC Pavilion. I'm Anja Gebel. I'm working for German Watch. We're a German development and climate NGO and think tank, and we've also been doing work on the MDB's Paris alignment process for the past 7 years. And we're going a bit more technical still. We've been in the course of a project financed by the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. We've been working on an analysis analyzing the MDB's recently published Paris alignment methodologies. And I would like to use the opportunity to introduce you to some of our findings from this study, highlighting especially good practice and scope for improvement. It's about the MDBs, but I think it can also be very valuable to PDBs who are in the course of their Paris alignment journey. We're a bit over time, I suppose, so I'm trying to just go quite quickly, and I'm going to skip that slide, given that you probably all know about the MDB's Paris alignment journey. Last year was quite an important year because in June we saw the publication of the joint MDB methodological principles for Paris alignment by the group of MDBs, and we also saw the publication of 4 individual Paris alignment methodologies, namely by the EBRD, the IDB, the AIIB, and the World Bank. And in our analysis, we did a desktop review of those methodologies, both the methodological principles and those 4 individual methodologies. Given that all the MDBs emphasized that their Paris alignment work is work in progress and that these methodologies will be reviewed very soon, we thought we would take the opportunity to make a constructive input in review processes. So that's what we're trying to do. And we analyzed the methodologies using 45 indicators grouped into 10 assessment categories that we developed based on past research that we did mainly in this project that I just mentioned, together with partners from WRI, New Climate Institute, and also E3G. And I can't cover everything, so I'm just gonna pick some of those indicators and guide you through this. So one of the things that we looked at was the scope of the methodology. So we looked at whether the methodology foresees a comprehensive Paris alignment assessment of all potentially non-aligned operations. What the MDBs do is that they use the universally aligned list of items that basically don't undergo a mitigation assessment because they are considered as universally aligned, which makes total sense because there's lots of climate finance projects where it just doesn't make sense to do a full Paris alignment assessment. But we think that there is a scope for improvement of this list, because the list still includes items that we consider could still be misaligned. For example, if an operation may still encourage the use of fossil fuels, even if its economic feasibility does not depend on them. So this is something that we see problematic in the current formulation in the universally aligned list. So there's this preface on fossil fuels that needs to be formulated a bit more stringently, we believe, to really make sure to exclude all non-aligned operations. And then there's also a universally non-aligned list that does still not cover the expansion of upstream and midstream fossil gas or oil, which we also think is a point for improvement. It must be mentioned that individual MDBs have their own exclusion lists, which vary quite a bit and partly goes much beyond what is on the universally non-aligned list, but we also think that it would be an important signal of the group of MDBs to actually unite behind a joint non-aligned list. So there is some action needed. Another indicator we looked at is whether the methodologies include assessments of the MDB's internal processes and structures beyond just focusing on individual operations. Most MDB Paris alignment methodologies focus exclusively on assessing whether individual operations are aligned with mitigation or adaptation goals, and they don't refer to additional considerations of internal processes, of policies, of capacities, and internal structures. The IDB is an exception here, as it refers in their methodology to building internal capacities and adding human resources, including country offices, and revising operational procedures. So we welcome this a lot, and we would also encourage other MDBs to be more explicit about the necessary internal revision processes to actually get in the position to come up with Paris-aligned projects in the first place. And this is also something I think that Claire highlighted quite a lot in her presentation, that this is really an important aspect of Paris alignment of PDBs. Another indicator that we looked at is whether the methodology requires the MDB operations compatibility with the 1.5 Paris Agreement goal. And many or most of the methodologies refer to the Paris Agreement temperature goals, but only the EBRD explicitly mentions the 1.5 goal. So this is also something we would consider as scope for improvement. Another thing we looked at was the question whether the methodologies require an assessment for MDB operations lock-in risks, and all of them do, but there is scope of improvement as to the provision of clear steps to reduce identified lock-in risks, and also to include a clear threshold for acceptable low lock-in risks. So sometimes it's just unclear how the MDBs are actually going to do this, and what is going to be the consequence if lock-in risks are being identified, and what are you supposed to do to still be able to let the project go forward. Another indicator was whether the methodologies ensure that MDB operations do not substantially increase vulnerabilities to climate hazards, and ensure that an operation does not impair the wider relevant system's climate resilience. And there we detected that it's only the EBRD that actually specifically requires that an operation should not undermine resilience in the context in which it operates. And we would just find it very important to have this also very explicitly included in the methodologies of the other MDBs. Another indicator was whether the methodologies include guidance on proactively seeking opportunities for climate action as part of country engagement processes. This is also something that has already been highlighted quite a lot. So the searching for opportunities for transformative projects, and it's quite important that this is also linked to those methodologies, even if, as they are conceived right now, they are more, let's say, a questionnaire on whether projects do no harm, but we would really find it important to also make a link to actually processes to identify systematically opportunities for transformative climate action, even if this goes beyond what is conceived as the more narrow project design process, but extending also to other parts of the country engagement process. And there the IDB sticks out in including guidance for proactively seeking climate action opportunities in operations design as part of its upstream dialogue, and includes this explicitly in its methodology. We also looked at whether the methodologies require an assessment of social risks linked to the operation. So this is the just transition question. And even though the MDBs agreed on the just transition high-level principles, the methodologies are not very explicit in providing steps on how to make sure that the projects actually support a just transition. The EBRD does require considerations of a just transition as a principle, and also provides details on how this is to be assessed, but we see scope for improvement within the methodologies of the other MDBs. Then finally, and that's quite an important finding, we looked at whether the methodologies require the MDBs to make all their counterparties to commit to Paris alignment in the medium term. And we found that most MDBs do not require their counterparties to commit to Paris alignment if they can actually use the transaction-based approach. So if MDBs rely only on the transaction-based approach, if the use of proceeds is known, we believe that there is still a risk of indirectly supporting potentially climate problematic activities if financial intermediaries or corporate partners are not committing to Paris alignment. So we see quite some scope for improvement and also a lot of room for impact in improving the counterparty approach. And here the example of the EBRD must be highlighted because the EBRD actually requires all its counterparties to commit to Paris alignment in the medium term. And we think that this is a really good practice example. And looking at whether the methodologies include safeguards for avoiding financing of non-aligned investments until the counterparty's alignment plan is fully implemented. We also found that only the EBRD has such safeguards in place. As to the transaction-based approach, we also looked at whether in the application of the transaction-based approach, the methodologies require 1.5 compatibility assessment, and here we found that none of the MDBs actually applies a 1.5 compatibility assessment to as part of their transaction-based approach. The World Bank mentions that it applies the same criteria as for its own projects, but also they're not explicit about the 1.5 assessment. We also looked at whether MDBs foresee a participatory process when conducting the Paris alignment assessment. So looking at whether MDB staff is required to contact relevant actors like affected communities or other CSO actors in client countries to obtain pertinent information for the assessment. And this is not the case, so there is also room for improvement. Overall, and to conclude, we see there's a mixed picture, so no MDB scores particularly well or badly throughout all categories. Best practices located in different MDBs for different topics. The greatest need for action we see in the revision of the universally aligned list as outlined, and we provide very specific recommendations for that in our paper. The integration of steps to proactively seek opportunities for climate action, to expand the counterparty approach to be applied to all counterparties, to ensure that operations do not increase vulnerabilities to climate hazards, and to publish the full Paris alignment assessments. This is also something I haven't mentioned, but the IDB is also a front runner in that it actually publishes for public sector projects, it publishes all full Paris alignment assessments. Then also the methodologies often leave scope for interpretation, which might open up loopholes and lead to non-aligned activities because there's vague formulations, thresholds aren't clearly defined, so there's also scope for improvement. So we see a need for individual MDBs to go beyond the joint methodological principles and to close those loopholes. I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anya. Really insightful, because when we hear about Paris alignment of PDBs, we hear the joint methodology of MDBs being a reference in the matter. And after sharing the best practices with Laura, we see that with you that even on the MDBs, there is some margin of maneuver to improve the practices. And that's the rationale that where this side event of today came from, and why I foresee you're so organized. It's not basic or easy to talk about Paris alignment for PDBs, especially when we want to have a higher ambition for PDBs. Now we will listen after a review of the assessment and the latest assessment. We'll listen to practitioners of Paris alignment for PDBs, either internally or with partners or close partners through the mainstreaming of the Paris alignment, or externally, and we will have a few examples on how we can support counterparts, and you were describing that, Anya, from some PDBs, how we can support external stakeholders, because the transformation is on both sides, internally but also externally. So we will start with BNDES, with Raquel, who will describe to us the approach of BNDES combining project and portfolio objectives. And I want to ask you the question, Raquel, about how BNDES assesses climate risk in its analysis.
Thank you.
Do you want to do the arrows yourself?
You can do it for me.
Okay.
I think it's better. Can I answer your question in the end?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm the head of the Social, Environmental and Climate Risks Department in the Brazilian Development Bank. It's a pleasure to be here with all guys and in this COP. It's very important to us to learn for our next year would be in Belém, and everybody's, of course, I have to specifically invite for you. We all know the climate emergency does not impact everyone equally. The adverse effects of productivity losses in agriculture, for instance, will affect agro-intensive countries, such as Brazil, more severely. Climate disasters will be more severe in countries with poor economic and social infrastructure. Therefore, domestic and foreign coordination is necessary to develop policies and new financial solutions. With a long-standing social or environmental agenda, BNDES holds a distinctive position in public-private coordination for the elaboration and implementation of public policies and relevant investments. So, thinking about how to contribute to the climate agenda, last year in November, BNDES published a document with our commitments and challenges for a just transition. This document shows the guidelines for climate change. Our commitment is the continuous alignment with the Paris Agreement to limit the increased global temperature, contributing to Brazil's neutrality by 2050, and leveraging investments for a fair climate transition in Brazil. We believe the climate agenda must sing together. Please, can you, yeah. With social challenges to promote a just transition in the Brazilian economy, with climate justice and the conservation and restoration of our biomass. The transition to a climate neutral economy. The transition to a climate neutral economy must benefit all. Insurance, food security, reducing inequalities, and protecting the most vulnerable populations from the negative effects of climate disasters, as well as respecting and including indigenous and traditional communities. BNDES has been promoting Brazil's development by supporting a variety of sectors, always aiming at new development challenges. Currently, the climate agenda is a strategic and cross-sectional part of all our operations, including the financing renewable energy projects, energy efficiency, biogas, biomethane, forests, clean transport, and several other initiatives that contribute to Brazilian NDCs and to a just transition. We can list, please, another one, yeah. We can list several solutions developed and available in the country to contribute to a low-carbon transition, such as the energy matrix and electric matrix in Brazil. According to Bloomberg, BNDES is the #1 financier in renewable power globally. Brazil has comparative advantages in offering biofuel and solutions such as SAF, green diesel, biogas, and biomethane. Brazil has immense forestry and biodiversity assets. Reduce deforestation is the key for Brazil to meet the Paris Agreement. So next slide, please. Native restoration is fundamental for mitigation and adaptation. We can improve our urban mobility with electric vehicles. Some technologies are ready to be installed for the climate transition. However, research and development is also needed to enable long-term solutions, such as low-carbon hydrogen, agroforestry systems, green methanol, offshore wind energy, and carbon capture. BNDES manages two of the most relevant funds related to climate and forest, Climate Fund and Amazon Fund. Please, one more. Yeah. The Climate Fund was created in 2009 to promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the adaptation to climate change effects. More than 100 projects were financed, half of them in 2024, when the budget increased a lot. The fund comes from royalties from the oil exploration industry in Brazil. It provides capital in a non-reimbursable way, coordinated by Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and in a reimbursable way, coordinated by BNDES, which has to foster 6 areas, please. And I should say one more, yeah. Resilient and sustainable urban development, green industry, green public transport and mobility, energy transition, native forests and water resources, green services and innovation. The fund has a specific governance and a committee formed by government, civil society and private sector, who gives the strategic plan. BNDES provides extensive transparency. Please, one more. Regarding to use of reimbursable resources from the Climate Fund. The execution report is made available to society every year, and it's available on the BNDES site. One more, please. The other most relevant funds related to forests is the Amazon Fund, which was created in 2008. And plays an important role in the reduce deforestation, encouraging sustainable production in the legal Amazon. The year 2023 is a milestone in the history of the Amazon Fund, with the resumption of the approval of new projects. This fund also has a specific governance and a committee. Like Climate Fund, BNDES provides transparency. And in this case, our website has all the information. I try to explain here examples of BNDES activities in relation to climate change challenges. And I must mention that Brazilian government, with the involvement of BNDES, launched in United States last month the BIP. Can you? Yeah, thank you. The BIP is Brazil Climate and Ecological Transformation Investment Platform. The idea is create a mechanism with the ambition of expanding investments in ecological transformation towards the decarbonization of the economy, the sustainable use of resources, and the improvement of the quality of life of the population. Led by the Ministry of Finance, together with the Ministries of Environment and Climate Change, Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, and Mines and Energy. The platform supports the Ecological Transformation Plan and other government climate transition and adaptation plans. BNDES will act as a manager of this platform and have to focus on 3 specific sectors: nature-based solution and bioeconomy, industry and mobility, and energy. So I think I finished here, and I'll be here if you want to know something more. But first of all, I have to answer your question in terms of climate. BNDES analyzed all the projects, all the financed projects with the view of climate. We have a climate risk, a physical climate risk, and also a transition risk. All the projects started by July of this year. We analyze all the projects in terms of this kind of risk. We are learning a lot about this, and we sometimes can put recommendations to this clients, to the contract, to the long terms, and but today I think we learn more than put some recommendations. It's something that I think in near future we can know much better about to do many intelligent recommendations. I think is this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raquel. This is really inspiring what you have been describing on the journey of BNDES. And Laura, you see the country platform are never that far. We have another example of BIP in Brazil, and only a year before the COP will be in your country. So that's quite promising for next year. I'll leave the floor now to Javier from Bancoldex. To talk to us about the regional and global cooperation for capacity building and financing for climate change.
Thank you very much. My name is Javier, and I wear two hats in this conversation. The president of Bancoldex, Colombia's Business Development Bank, and on the other hand, proudly co-chair of the International Development Finance Club, the IDFC. And before I start, let me thank my colleagues here at the pavilion, Nicolas, Florence, Yassim, and everyone else who has worked on this, because I think this is a testament of the collaboration between public development banks, which are now 27. We welcomed the Bank of Rwanda about 2 weeks ago at our annual meeting in Washington. So this is, again, testament to the fact that collaboration and PDBs are growing stronger. And I'll refer to what the IDFC is doing, but I think I will also refer to on-the-ground experience from Bancoldex. Because as I hear my colleagues speak, I get very hopeful and enthusiastic and optimistic about the future. But when we face the real world and do deals on the ground, then it becomes more challenging. So maybe that'll be my input to this discussion, the hope, but then on the other hand, how the challenge is getting harder every time. So let's start off with the reasons for being optimistic and the IDFC. Again, 29 national and regional development banks and growing. We expect to hit 30 in about 1 or 2 years. We're missing some regional representation, but I think 30 is going to be a nice round number for us to be at some point in the very near future. The IDFC does a number of wonderful things. Let me start by setting forth the 4 pillars on which we base our work. One, which has been discussed so far, is the relevance of public development banks. And when we talk about public, I think we need to make a distinction between the multilaterals, which you probably know better, and the national development banks. Because as I hear your and see your slides on Paris and SDG alignment, I think a lot has been focused on the MDBs, and rightly so. They are bigger, they are stronger, they have more resources. But what we're doing at the IDFC is focusing a bit more, at least in our studies, on the national development banks, because we're quite different. BNDES is large, probably the first or second largest bank in Brazil. Bancoldex in Colombia, where I come from, is probably the 15th out of 30 banks. So at the national level in development, see, we're working on these differences and making sure that we realize that public alliances actually have to go deeper into the role of national development banks. We do green finance mapping, and there what we see is the fact that the MDBs and the national development banks of the world are actually contributing quite a bit to climate change and biodiversity protection. That's the good part. And if you aggregate those figures, we're doing quite well. We have a commitment for 1.7 trillion, which is going well. There's been a bit of a deceleration between 2023 and 2024, but what we are working on more right now is collaborating amongst ourselves. So last week we signed a deal with AFD. I'm looking forward to the time when we sign a deal with BNDES. So the club has to be more about lending to each other, guaranteeing loans from one another. And this conversation is ongoing and is quite fruitful, I think. I also dream about the day when maybe Bancoldex issues bonds and KfW provides a guarantee. Because that touches upon probably one of the bigger challenges we face. As we discuss all these matters, the world is changing. Our business model is changing. So one would wish that it would all be so nice and pristine as it is being presented, but it is not. The cost of capital has gotten higher for Latin American and African issuers over the past 5 and 10 years, much higher. So it's much more expensive to do any project now in Colombia or Ecuador or Bolivia than it used to be at the beginning of the century. So as we move on to SDG alignment and Paris agreements and so forth, we also have to realize that life is changing and sometimes not for the better. We also face much greater fiscal constraints. So, hello? Is this working? Okay, I think it's back. Thank you. So we do need to realize that fiscal space is getting harder in developed economies and in the developing economies. So again, I'm trying to pose challenges here and let you know what it's like on the ground. But when we talk about collaboration and SDG alignment, one thing that the national development banks need is lower lending rates on the asset side and on the liability side. Because when we talk about aligning and doing a lot of great things, when rubber hits the road and we talk about the rates they haven't changed that much. So when we go to other developing, or MDBs for that matter, MDBs have a lending rate and it can be tailored only so much. So I think we need to bring to this whole SDG alignment the discussion on rates, because rightly so, there's a call for deepening action, more collaboration, more alignment. But when we talk about the loan agreement or the guarantee, the rate hasn't changed that much. So that's one thing we really need to focus on. We need to put real life experiences on the alignment work. Another thing that we're doing, very, very important at the club is we have a climate and biodiversity facility. It used to be called the IDFC Climate Facility, and now it's just called the IDFC Facility. But that is one of the more promising instruments that we have at the IDFC. This is preparation, readiness for, in the case of Bancoldex, we used it in terms of the GCF accreditation. And we are now at about 20 to 30 million euros, but we're aiming for 50. So we will start very soon a replenishment process so that all members of the club can actually access the facility and do their preparatory work. We're working again on a number of initiatives, the new collective quantified goal. We have an IDFC draft joint paper for a post-2025 climate finance alignment. So there's a number of activities that I could just go on and on about. But again, my contribution, I hope, to this panel is the fact that we need more real life experiences into the SDG work. And again, that, in my view, has to touch upon interest rates. And then finally, my last point, I think, is going to be the fact that we also have to take into account that big polluters and big offenders and actors that go against SDG alignment belong to the illicit and illegal activities that take place, especially in the Amazon. Because we don't talk about that. Illegal mining. It's there, but no one from illegal mining is represented here. Drug trafficking, same thing. So I think if we're going to reach the 2030 milestone, and we will, we have to bring more of these real life challenges. I don't call them problems. I try to call them challenges because they're not here. And we tend to think that the polluters are the established companies of the world, and sometimes they are. But there's a lot of other different actors who are not. And we also have to tackle that problem. So again, thank you. I'll stop there, recapping on the fact that the IDFC is doing ever more interesting work amongst its members, not just the work groups and the studies. And we will continue to bring these challenges to the table, how to continue tackling the bigger problems that actually go against SDG alignment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. I wanted also to resonate on what you just said on the pricing, which actually also resonates on what you were describing on the risk assessment. Because now all the regulatory framework, including the new Basel regulations, are asking for financial institutions or for banks to assess climate risks, being physical or transition risks. But if we consider that at the end of the day we are mitigating it through alignment, through other methodologies, why doesn't it translate into pricing to give the proper incentives? So it's also something that is in the banking, I think, wording, in banking vocabulary. We're talking risk and diminution of risk or decrease of risk. So the price includes it, so it should also include it. So that's also something to also resonate with what you were describing on the risk assessment at BNDES. And now on the next aspect, more than on what are the right incentives to influence the changes on the transformations of actors, I'll give the floor to Damien, Damien Delhomme, who is expert at AFD, who will tell us about AFD's engagement with external stakeholders. Do you want to keep the...
Yes, I will even try to stand up a little bit, to be closer and do the meteo guy at some point.
Okay.
Very nice to be here with you. It's my first COP, my first side event, so thanks a lot for trusting me for this. Okay, let's try if it works. Okay, great. Okay, you may know the French Agency for Development, so I will not talk too long about it. Okay, it's not the last presentation. Okay, so let's make it work anyway. There are small or big numbers here. We'll talk about it later. We are focused on planet, social bond, and democracy. And since 2017, our CEO, Rémi Rioux, decided that we should be 100% Paris Agreement aligned. So we decided that we were going to be it, and then it took us years to decide what it meant. Okay, and we still have things to do, because now he has decided that we should be 100% aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Agreement, so we still have a few years ahead of us work in order to decide what it means. Okay. There was some presentation about methodology to assess how PDBs were aligned, Paris Agreement aligned. One important issue is to be able to say if one operation is aligned. There are many other things, but still, we are financing operations, so we need to be able to assess if one operation is aligned. So that's how we do it. So you see years of work. So that's why I had to come here to do the meteo guy, okay? So how do we do it? We need to do it both for mitigation and adaptation. And later on we will have to do it for biodiversity. So for mitigation, how we can, but let me just explain one thing, because it's not my last presentation, but in this talk I'm going to focus on transformational loans, okay? Because for years and years PDBs have been financing investment, capex. Okay, so we finance PV plants, even agriculture at some point. So we finance investment. But we are working with a very small amount of money. NCQG maybe will be $1,000 billion, but international trade is $25,000, and global GDP is 100,000. Okay, so we are dealing with so little amount of money that we need it to be transformational, and that's one of the message that IDFC is trying to convey on the need for transformational finance. The quality of the climate finance is very important. So if we focus public money, public financing only on direct investment, if we are only looking for direct impact, we will have very little impact in absolute way. So we need to be transformational, and being transformational, part of the answer is transforming the actors. We need to transform our clients, and one way to do it is to use a tool which is called non-earmarked loans. Non-earmarked means that we are giving a loan, we are lending money to a company, a private or public company, without knowing what they will do with it. We've been used to doing it with states, with public policy loans. We are able to do policy metrics, and we've done it for states. But now we need to do it with companies, with private and public companies. And how do we do that? We don't know what the money will be used for. So how do we know that the project is aligned? How do we make a transformational loan aligned? So we need to use trees, decision trees. So that's the first step. So we need to assess if the actor is exposed to a significant transition risk, or if its activity presents an important low-carbon development challenge. If the answer is yes, okay, there is a big issue here. I cannot just lend you money, free money like this. There is an issue. Do you have a low-carbon strategy? If you have it, we need to assess if it's a good strategy. If it's not a good strategy, then we need to do something about it. We want to lend you money without knowing what you will do with it. We need to build with you a progress plan, a matrix plan with KPIs, describing what kind of transformation is needed and what kind of commitment you are going to do to implement the progress plan. And the progress plan needs to be relevant. It needs to be with a sufficiently broad scope. I'm going to go back on this. And it's to be with enough ambition. I'm going to tell you more about it. So of course we have the same tree for adaptation, and we need to use both trees to decide if a transformational loan is aligned. So how do we know if a progress plan is sufficiently good? We need to assess it at several dimensions, because we know for a progress plan to be good, it needs to be based on, the best strategic plan needs to do something about the strategy, the policy of the company, and also about the system, the governance, the transparency, the risk management tool, the capacity, and also about metrics and targets. One part of the transformational loan is sustainability linked loan, and I think we are going to talk about it just later. But usually sustainability linked loan, they are mainly based on targets, but it's not enough. Target, it's not enough. We want to to go farther, and we want to see if the company has the means, if the teams is sufficiently good, if it has the good tools. We need to see if the company has the tools for the targets that it has decided to reach. So this is the broad issues that we need to assess. We are happy to have a methodology, complete methodology, which is called ACT methodology, that managed to assess all of those things. It makes the scores for each dimension. You have a benchmark that compares the strategy and all of this aspect to other similar companies, and then it can propose a progress matrix. Then, if you have decided that the operation is aligned based on this analysis, you need to assess how much is it worth for climate finance. So we did a comparison of different methodology of non-earmark financing. So you have here the methodology for public policy loans, which have many disadvantages. And we finally selected a new methodology that depends with a package, with a package strategy, which depends on the scope of the transformation matrix, the sustainability assessments, and knowing how much impact potential there is. So how does it work? So here you have standard climate finance. Usually it's not transformational. So it's relevant. Okay, you have some KPI in the matrix. It's relevant. Let's say like a trader of commodities. He's working with cocoa beans, and he wants to work on regenerative agriculture. It's great. It contributes to the fight against climate change. But the biggest issue with cocoa beans is deforestation. So if we see, and we have seen it, a sustainability linked loan comes, and they're asking us for money, we cannot give money to them if they're only working on agriculture regeneration. They need to tackle the deforestation issue. Okay? And as soon as you tackle the real issue of the global value chains, then you can say that you are transformational. And you are worth, depending on the ambition, you are worth 30 to 70% climate finance. If you want to get 100% climate finance, you also need to show that there is a high probability that the transformational will happen and that it will have impact at scale. And so only at this condition we consider that the non-earmark loan is 100% is worth 100% climate finance. Okay, so if I have to sum up, first, we need transformational climate finance. Second, non-earmark financing is a new tool and a good tool because we need to transform actors, and we need to be very strict about this non-earmark financing because there is a risk of greenwashing. So we need to make the bar very high. We need to be sure that the progress plan has a broad scope, and after that we propose that the climate finance methodology, that the percentage of climate finance depends on the level of ambition and depends on the probability that the impact will happen at scale at the end. Thank you very much.
last but not least, we will have Graham talking to us about the IDB's climate that will allow us to have a visibility on another set of incentives in terms of supporting partners. As we are running late, I will spare you from my concluding remarks. We will finalize with the presentation of Graham that will be, I am sure, totally insightful. Do you want me to use the arrows or?
I don't think I don't need a presentation.
Perfect.
Cut it. So I'll just do this really quickly to give you sort of an idea of what we're trying to do. But I'd also like to invite you to tomorrow night at the MDB Pavilion around 5:30 when we're going to talk about what's going on in terms of what's going on in terms of Latin America and the Caribbean, because we're going to talk a lot about the changes happening. We have a lot of countries that are starting to move very, very quickly, one of which is Brazil, Colombia. On my side, they're moving exceedingly quickly on the transformation, so I think it's worth understanding that. So what we call IDB Klima is basically goes to the question of reducing the cost of capital. So we're knocking 5% off deals. Now that's half of our spread, so it's significant for us. It's probably not enough, but it's a starting point. What do we do when we knock that off? We ask the operations, the projects to actually deliver much more than the project. We ask them for 3 additional KPIs. It's basically results-based lending. One KPI that links the products of the operation to what is going on in the NDC directly. So you need to make that connection. The second one has to do with transversal governance. This is very hard to deliver in countries. So you need the Ministry of Finance working with the Ministry of Environment, working with the sector that is actually taking the loan. That's actually practically impossible to get just by using grant money. So this is forcing that issue. And the third is you actually have to have a monitoring, reporting, and verification system set up. What does all that do? If you do that, it actually gives you the base for emitting sovereign sustainability-linked loans, which Chile and Uruguay have already done. But if you could build that capacity across multiple countries, that actually does reduce your cost of capital as well, as opposed to green bonds, which it's still questionable how much they reduce the cost of capital. So that's the basic concept. We have $1 billion we're putting for this right now as a pilot. Not only do we give a grant to reduce that cost of capital, we actually give $1 million to each country to build the capacities to actually deliver this, because we know it's not easy. It'll probably end up being more than $1 million in some countries, but the idea is that you give this, and the country wants to do it because it actually has direct benefits over the long term beyond the operation for the country to deliver it. What are the lessons we're learning so far? One is that big connection between what you're doing in an operation to what's happening nationally. It comes back to the mention of Paris alignment, that what's really important about Paris alignment is not necessarily what happens in the operation, but what can you change in the policy frameworks of a country that actually move the country towards Paris alignment, which is a much greater impact, to be honest. So that's one lesson learned. The other one is that we're finding that all countries want that reduction in cost of capital. So they're linking it to the climate investment funds. They're linking it to the GCF. So 2 of our operations, pilot operations, are actually CIFRE operations. So they're linked to already a reduction in the cost of capital through blending. So they're trying to mount the different tools to be able to advance the agenda. And the third point, and I'll emphasize this, we've given grant money to multiple countries to deliver monitoring, reporting, and verification systems or to deliver transversal governance. It's never worked. We've had to give the money back because you give it to the Ministry of Environment, they put consultants on it, they don't deliver the products. It really is put on the back shelf. It's not very helpful. So that's GEF, CBIT money and things like that. This works because the Ministry of Finance is saying to the Ministry of Environment, I must have this. And once that happens, they deliver it. And so it works. So you actually get what you need. So it's a very interesting pilot. If this works, and we'll evaluate if it's going to work probably next year, then we want to build it into a lot of our lending. So it's actually, the idea would be to use this as a base system that would be for all of our climate finance moving forward. So quickly, I'll stop there. I know we're over time, but it's an interesting idea.
Thank you very much. As we're running late, I will not go into concluding remarks because I think also that all the presentations were insightful by themselves, and we have learned a lot on the journey to Paris alignment and contributing also to all the discussions on the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue that will lead us to Brazil soon. Yeah. Thank you very much.